The mind was never meant to run without rest. Overthinking is not intelligence, it is energy with no direction. Tonight is not about stopping thought by force. It is about guiding it gently back into stillness, where clarity naturally lives. Most people try to quiet the mind during the day, fighting noise with effort. But effort creates friction, and friction keeps thought alive. The mind does not settle when it is pressured. It settles when it feels safe enough to release control. Notice how thinking speeds up when the world slows down. As soon as the day ends, the mind begins replaying conversations, decisions, possibilities that no longer require attention. This is not productivity. It is habit. Habit survives on repetition, not truth. And repetition is strongest when the body rests and the guard of awareness lowers. Whatever is rehearsed now becomes tomorrow's default rhythm. Overthinking feels powerful because it is familiar. The mind believes that constant analysis prevents mistakes. In reality, it delays action and drains clarity. Protection becomes paralysis when thought has no endpoint. Tonight, the mind is not asked to solve anything. It is invited to stand down. There is a difference between thinking and awareness. Awareness observes without urgency. Thinking reacts with urgency. When urgency fades, awareness remains, and awareness is calm. As the body grows heavy, the nervous system softens. This is not weakness, this is access. The mind becomes receptive when it no longer feels the need to manage everything. Most people fall asleep negotiating with their thoughts. They argue, distract, suppress. All of this keeps the mind active. Stillness comes from permission, not control. You do not need to answer every thought. Unanswered thoughts lose momentum. Momentum is what keeps them alive. Think of how many questions never needed answers in the first place. They existed only because the mind was restless, not because the situation demanded them. Overthinking feeds on the future and the past. It rarely stays in the present. When the mind is anchored here, it has nothing to chase. Tonight, presence is gently restored. As repetition continues, the mind learns a new pattern. Thought arises, and then it passes. No engagement, no commentary, just release. This is how silence grows. Not suddenly, but steadily. The mind obeys what is modeled consistently. When calm is repeated without urgency, it becomes the new standard. Most people believe silence is empty. It is not. Silence is ordered. It is where insight forms without strain. Overthinking feels like control, but it is actually confusion disguised as vigilance. True control is knowing when to let go. The subconscious does not require explanation. It responds to tone, rhythm, and certainty. Calm repetition teaches it that safety exists without analysis. As the hours pass, thought begins to slow. Not because it is suppressed, but because it is no longer fed. You may notice gaps between thoughts. Do not fill them. Gaps are the doorway. In those gaps, the body repairs, the mind resets. Perspective returns. Most people never experience mental quiet because they fear what might surface. But what surfaces in stillness is not chaos, it is order returning. Overthinking exhausts because it never concludes. Quiet restores because it requires nothing. This is why deep rest feels productive without effort. The system finally operates as designed. You are not losing awareness as thought slows. You are gaining it. Awareness does not rush. It observes. And observation dissolves urgency naturally. The mind is learning that it does not need to patrol every outcome. Life continues without constant supervision. As repetition continues, the inner dialogue softens. Words lose their sharpness. Images fade. This is not boredom. This is balance. Overthinking trained the mind to expect problems. Quiet trains it to expect stability. Expectation shapes perception. Perception shapes response. Response shapes life. Tonight, expectation is being recalibrated. Most people wake up tired not because they didn't sleep, but because the mind never rested. Thought continued its work all night without direction. Tonight, the mind is given a different instruction. Rest is allowed. Allowed rest is deeper than forced sleep. You do not need to chase silence. Silence appears when pursuit stops. As you listen, notice how the need to understand fades. Understanding belongs to the daytime mind. Night is for absorption. Absorption happens without effort. This is how overthinking ends, not with a dramatic command, but with a gradual loss of relevance. Thoughts that once demanded attention begin to feel distant. They lose urgency. They no longer feel personal. This is the sign that identification is loosening. You are not your thoughts. You are the awareness that remains when they quiet. When awareness leads, the mind follows. Most people mistake constant thinking for identity. When thought slows, they fear disappearing. In truth, they finally arrive. Quiet is not absence. It is presence without noise. As the night continues, the rhythm of the mind stabilizes, breath deepens, muscles release. The system recognizes safety. Safety is the enemy of overthinking. When safety is assumed, vigilance dissolves. You may not notice a sudden shift. That is how real change works: subtle, cumulative, permanent. In the morning, you may simply feel lighter. Decisions may feel easier, reactions slower. This is not because life changed. It is because the mind did. Overthinking does not end through resistance. It ends through replacement, replacing noise with calm, urgency with trust. Trust is the mind at rest. Rest is the mind in balance. Balance is where clarity lives. Let the words continue without analysis. Let them pass through without effort. The instruction has already been received. The mind is learning a new way to be, one that does not require constant motion to feel secure. Quiet is no longer unfamiliar. It is becoming normal, and what becomes normal stays. Rest here. The mind knows what to do when it is no longer interrupted. Overthinking is losing momentum. Silence is taking its place. And in that silence, clarity waits. I have studied the minds of men for more than half a lifetime, and I can say with certainty that overthinking is not the mark of wisdom. It is the sign of thought that has lost command. Thought, when left without direction, does not become clearer. It becomes restless. Restlessness is not insight. It is energy without purpose. The mind was designed to serve a chosen end. When that end is missing, the mind does not rest. It wanders. It circles. It revisits the same ground repeatedly, mistaking motion for progress. This wandering feels productive because it is active, but activity alone does not produce order. Overthinking is the condition in which thought has no destination. It moves because it has not been told where to stop. A train without a station will run until its fuel is exhausted. So it is with the mind that has not been given command. Many intelligent men suffer from this condition more than others. Intelligence increases the number of possible thoughts, but without direction, those thoughts compete rather than cooperate. Ability multiplied by indecision produces exhaustion instead of achievement. The overthinking mind believes it is protecting itself. It assumes that constant review prevents error. In truth, constant review prevents action. Protection becomes paralysis when thought has no conclusion. I have observed men of great promise delay their lives for years, not because they lacked courage, but because their minds never settled on one clear instruction. They examined every possibility until all of them lost meaning. This is not caution, it is drift. Drift is not idleness. Drift is movement without authority. The drifter moves constantly, yet arrives nowhere. His mind responds to circumstance instead of directing it. Thought obeys whatever appears next. When thought is not commanded, fear borrows authority. Fear disguises itself as careful thinking. It asks endless questions, none of which are meant to be answered. Their purpose is delay. The mind does not distinguish between useful thought and habitual thought. It repeats whatever has been practiced. Overthinking survives not because it is necessary, but because it has been rehearsed. Rehearsal gives urgency to what does not deserve it. Most men try to silence overthinking during the day, when resistance is highest. They argue with their thoughts, distract themselves, or suppress what arises. All of this strengthens the habit they wish to break. What is resisted is remembered. The mind settles only when it no longer feels responsible for everything. Responsibility without direction produces vigilance. Vigilance keeps thought alive long after its usefulness has ended. At night, the body rests, but the undirected mind often does not. It replays conversations, imagines futures, revisits decisions that can no longer be changed. This is not thinking. It is habit completing its cycle. Habit does not require truth. It requires repetition. This is why overthinking feels powerful. Familiarity feels important. The mind assumes that what repeats must matter. It does not question whether repetition serves purpose. Overthinking thrives in the absence of finality. When no decision has been declared complete, the mind continues working. It does not know when to stop. Completion is the cure for mental wandering. I have found that men who think clearly are not those who think constantly. They are those who think selectively. They allow thought to serve, then they release it. Release is not forgetfulness. It is command exercised quietly. Others sense this difference immediately. The overthinking man appears uncertain, even when capable. His words circle, his decisions delay. Those around him feel compelled to fill the silence. The man who commands thought appears calm. He does not rush to answer every question. He listens without urgency. Silence does not trouble him. Silence obeys him. This calm is not indifference. It is order. The overthinking mind mistakes stillness for danger. It believes that if thought stops, control will be lost. In truth, control is lost when thought never stops. The mind that never rests loses perspective. Perspective requires distance. Distance comes only when thought releases its grip. Night is the only time most men are willing to release control. Fatigue lowers resistance. The guard of vigilance weakens. In this condition, habit can be retrained. This is why overthinking must be addressed in rest, not in strain. The mind does not need to be stopped. It needs to be redirected. Thought without rank becomes noise. Thought given rank becomes clarity. I have known men who ended lifelong overthinking not by effort, but by finality. They decided what mattered and allowed everything else to fade. Decision is not force. Decision is closure. Closure tells the mind that its work is finished. Without closure, the mind assumes danger remains. Overthinking is the mind patrolling territory that no longer requires patrol. When safety is assumed, vigilance dissolves. Most men never teach the mind that safety exists without analysis. They reinforce the opposite by thinking constantly. The mind obeys instruction faithfully. If you teach the mind that thinking must continue to ensure safety, it will do so tirelessly. If you teach it that rest is permitted, it will accept rest. Acceptance requires repetition. As the body grows heavy now, the mind becomes receptive. It listens more than it argues. This is the moment when authority can be reestablished without conflict. You are not here to silence thought. You are here to remove its false authority. Thought is a tool. It was never meant to rule. Affirm this gently now without urgency. My thoughts serve me. They are not my masters. When their work is finished, they rest. I allow quiet. These are not commands shouted at the mind. They are permissions granted calmly. The subconscious responds to tone more than volume. As these ideas repeat, the mind begins to loosen its grip. Thoughts arise, but they do not demand response. Response has been withdrawn. Withdrawal of response starves overthinking. You may notice brief gaps between thoughts. Do not fill them. Gaps are not emptiness. They are order returning. The overthinking mind fears gaps because gaps remove urgency. Without urgency, the habit cannot survive. This is why quiet feels unfamiliar at first. Familiarity belongs to habit, not to truth. Truth does not need repetition to exist. Habit does. As the night continues, repetition changes. Calm is repeated now, not urgency. The mind learns a new rhythm. Rhythm governs thought more powerfully than instruction. Others who live in this rhythm are described as composed. Their presence settles rooms. Their decisions feel final. Their words feel measured. This is not a personality trait. It is mental order made visible. Mental order ends overthinking because there is no excess motion. The mind prefers order once it experiences it without threat. Threat has been removed. There is nothing to solve tonight, nothing to manage, nothing to patrol. The instruction has already been given. Thought may continue briefly out of habit. Let it. Habit dissolves when not fed. You do not need to fight thought. Fighting feeds it. You are learning to let thought finish. Finished thought rests. As the body sinks deeper, the mind begins to recognize that nothing collapses when it grows quiet. Life continues. Breathing continues. Awareness remains. This recognition weakens fear. Fear was never about danger. It was about loss of control. Control returns when authority is restored. Authority belongs to awareness, not to thought. You are not losing yourself as thought slows. You are meeting yourself without noise. Quiet is not absence. It is presence without strain. Remain here now. Overthinking is losing its reason to continue. Stillness is no longer unfamiliar, and the mind, relieved of unnecessary duty, is beginning to rest. The mind does not overthink because it enjoys noise. It overthinks because it believes noise is necessary. At some point, often early in life, the mind learns that constant attention prevents harm. It confuses vigilance with wisdom and motion with control. This confusion, repeated, becomes habit. Habit does not ask whether it is useful. It asks only whether it is familiar. Once overthinking becomes familiar, the mind repeats it automatically, even when no danger exists. The habit continues long after its original purpose has ended. Most men believe their thoughts are spontaneous. They are not. Thought follows grooves worn by repetition. What has been practiced most deeply appears first and stays longest. Overthinking survives because it has been rehearsed in moments of uncertainty and reinforced by relief that never arrived. The mind remembers effort, not outcome. If effort once seemed to prevent embarrassment, loss, or criticism, the mind repeats that effort indefinitely. It does not notice that the world has changed. Habit is blind to time. This is why suppression fails. Suppression tells the mind that thought is dangerous and powerful. Danger increases vigilance. Vigilance increases thought. The habit strengthens under resistance. What the mind resists, it remembers. Many men attempt to quiet their minds through distraction. They replace one thought with many. Noise temporarily drowns noise, but it never ends it. When distraction fades, the habit resumes stronger than before. Distraction teaches the mind that silence is unsafe. It reinforces the belief that something must always be managed. Management without direction produces fatigue. The mind does not rest when it feels responsible for everything. Overthinking is responsibility without rank. Every idea feels equally important. Without rank, nothing can be dismissed. Without dismissal, thought never concludes. Conclusion is what the mind seeks. The mind is not designed to run endlessly. It expects closure. When closure is absent, it assumes danger remains. This assumption keeps vigilance alive. Most overthinking consists of questions that cannot be answered because they were never meant to be. Their function is not solution, but delay. Delay feels safer than commitment. Commitment ends thinking. Overthinking avoids commitment. This avoidance often hides behind intelligence. The man believes he is careful, thorough, or wise. In truth, he is uncertain. Uncertainty feeds vigilance. Vigilance demands energy. Energy drains quickly when vigilance never stands down. At night, the body grows tired, but the vigilant mind often refuses rest. It believes that relaxing attention invites risk. This belief is outdated, but habit does not update itself automatically. The subconscious must be shown repeatedly that safety exists without analysis. Safety is not proven through argument. It is proven through experience. Each moment of calm that does not produce harm weakens the habit of overthinking. This is why calm repetition is essential. Calm teaches the mind that nothing collapses when thought releases its grip. The mind obeys demonstration more than explanation. If you explain to the mind that silence is safe, it may argue. If you allow silence to occur without consequence, the mind learns. Learning without argument is permanent. Overthinking also survives because many men confuse thought with identity. They believe they are their thoughts. When thought slows, they fear disappearance. This fear keeps the habit alive. But awareness remains when thought fades. Awareness observes thought. It is not dependent on it. Men who discover this distinction feel relief rather than loss. Relief comes when identity is no longer tied to noise. Others sense this relief as presence. The man listens fully. He is not rehearsing responses. He is not planning escape. He is here. Presence disarms overthinking because it removes the future and the past from command. The overthinking mind rarely stays in the present. It searches ahead or behind. It avoids now because now does not require analysis. Now requires awareness. Awareness is calm because it does not demand action. As the body rests now, awareness becomes easier to access. The senses withdraw. The mind loses interest in managing the world. In this state, the habit of overthinking becomes visible. Visibility weakens habit. When the mind notices that thought continues without purpose, it begins to question the habit silently. This questioning does not argue. It observes. Observation dissolves urgency. Urgency is the fuel of overthinking. Remove urgency, and thought slows naturally. This is why unanswered thoughts lose strength. They depend on response. Without response, they fade. You do not need to answer every thought. Thoughts unanswered are not failures. They are completions. Completion does not require resolution. It requires release. Release is not forgetting. It is recognition that nothing more is required. The subconscious accepts this recognition quickly when it is calm. Affirm this gently now, without strain. I do not need to answer every thought. Silence is safe. Awareness remains when thought rests. I allow my mind to stand down. These are not commands. They are reassurances. Reassurance ends vigilance more effectively than instruction. As these ideas repeat, the mind begins to feel permitted to relax. Relaxation is not negligence. It is trust restored. Trust tells the mind that its watch can end. The mind that trusts no longer patrols. It rests. This rest may feel unfamiliar at first. Familiarity belongs to habit, not to truth. Truth feels new when habit is old. Allow the unfamiliar calm to remain. Do not test it. Testing implies doubt. The mind will test it on its own by relaxing further. When nothing goes wrong, the lesson deepens. This is how habits dissolve, not through confrontation, but through irrelevance. Overthinking loses relevance when safety is assumed. Others who live without mental noise are not careless. They are selective. They think when thinking serves, and they stop when it does not. This selectivity is not learned through force. It emerges when the mind no longer fears stillness. As the night continues, stillness grows more acceptable. Gaps between thoughts lengthen. Do not measure them. Measurement invites effort. Effort wakes the habit. Let the mind drift gently into quiet awareness. Drift here is not loss of control. It is release of false duty. The mind was never meant to manage everything. It was meant to serve direction. Direction will be introduced later. For now, safety must be established. Safety allows release. Release ends vigilance. Vigilance feeds overthinking. This chain is breaking now. Remain here. Nothing needs attention. The mind is learning that rest is allowed, and allowed rest is deeper than forced sleep. The mind does not overthink because it enjoys noise. It overthinks because it believes noise is necessary. At some point, often early in life, the mind learns that constant attention prevents harm. It confuses vigilance with wisdom and motion with control. This confusion, repeated, becomes habit. Habit does not ask whether it is useful. It asks only whether it is familiar. Once overthinking becomes familiar, the mind repeats it automatically, even when no danger exists. The habit continues long after its original purpose has ended. Most men believe their thoughts are spontaneous. They are not. Thought follows grooves worn by repetition. What has been practiced most deeply appears first and stays longest. Overthinking survives because it has been rehearsed in moments of uncertainty and reinforced by relief that never arrived. The mind remembers effort, not outcome. If effort once seemed to prevent embarrassment, loss, or criticism, the mind repeats that effort indefinitely. It does not notice that the world has changed. Habit is blind to time. This is why suppression fails. Suppression tells the mind that thought is dangerous and powerful. Danger increases vigilance. Vigilance increases thought. The habit strengthens under resistance. What the mind resists, it remembers. Many men attempt to quiet their minds through distraction. They replace one thought with many. Noise temporarily drowns noise, but it never ends it. When distraction fades, the habit resumes stronger than before. Distraction teaches the mind that silence is unsafe. It reinforces the belief that something must always be managed. Management without direction produces fatigue. The mind does not rest when it feels responsible for everything. Overthinking is responsibility without rank. Every idea feels equally important. Without rank, nothing can be dismissed. Without dismissal, thought never concludes. Conclusion is what the mind seeks. The mind is not designed to run endlessly. It expects closure. When closure is absent, it assumes danger remains. This assumption keeps vigilance alive. Most overthinking consists of questions that cannot be answered because they were never meant to be. Their function is not solution, but delay. Delay feels safer than commitment. Commitment ends thinking. Overthinking avoids commitment. This avoidance often hides behind intelligence. The man believes he is careful, thorough, or wise. In truth, he is uncertain. Uncertainty feeds vigilance. Vigilance demands energy. Energy drains quickly when vigilance never stands down. At night, the body grows tired, but the vigilant mind often refuses rest. It believes that relaxing attention invites risk. This belief is outdated, but habit does not update itself automatically. The subconscious must be shown repeatedly that safety exists without analysis. Safety is not proven through argument. It is proven through experience. Each moment of calm that does not produce harm weakens the habit of overthinking. This is why calm repetition is essential. Calm teaches the mind that nothing collapses when thought releases its grip. The mind obeys demonstration more than explanation. If you explain to the mind that silence is safe, it may argue. If you allow silence to occur without consequence, the mind learns. Learning without argument is permanent. Overthinking also survives because many men confuse thought with identity. They believe they are their thoughts. When thought slows, they fear disappearance. This fear keeps the habit alive, but awareness remains when thought fades. Awareness observes thought. It is not dependent on it. Men who discover this distinction feel relief rather than loss. Relief comes when identity is no longer tied to noise. Others sense this relief as presence. The man listens fully. He is not rehearsing responses. He is not planning escape. He is here. Presence disarms overthinking because it removes the future and the past from command. The overthinking mind rarely stays in the present. It searches ahead or behind. It avoids now because now does not require analysis. Now requires awareness. Awareness is calm because it does not demand action. As the body rests now, awareness becomes easier to access. The senses withdraw. The mind loses interest in managing the world. In this state, the habit of overthinking becomes visible. Visibility weakens habit. When the mind notices that thought continues without purpose, it begins to question the habit silently. This questioning does not argue, it observes. Observation dissolves urgency. Urgency is the fuel of overthinking. Remove urgency, and thought slows naturally. This is why unanswered thoughts lose strength. They depend on response. Without response, they fade. You do not need to answer every thought. Thoughts unanswered are not failures, they are completions. Completion does not require resolution. It requires release. Release is not forgetting. It is recognition that nothing more is required. The subconscious accepts this recognition quickly when it is calm. Affirm this gently now, without strain. I do not need to answer every thought. Silence is safe. Awareness remains when thought rests. I allow my mind to stand down. These are not commands, they are reassurances. Reassurance ends vigilance more effectively than instruction. As these ideas repeat, the mind begins to feel permitted to relax. Relaxation is not negligence. It is trust restored. Trust tells the mind that its watch can end. The mind that trusts no longer patrols. It rests. This rest may feel unfamiliar at first. Familiarity belongs to habit, not to truth. Truth feels new when habit is old. Allow the unfamiliar calm to remain. Do not test it. Testing implies doubt. The mind will test it on its own by relaxing further. When nothing goes wrong, the lesson deepens. This is how habits dissolve, not through confrontation, but through irrelevance. Overthinking loses relevance when safety is assumed. Others who live without mental noise are not careless. They are selective. They think when thinking serves, and they stop when it does not. This selectivity is not learned through force. It emerges when the mind no longer fears stillness. As the night continues, stillness grows more acceptable. Gaps between thoughts lengthen. Do not measure them. Measurement invites effort. Effort wakes the habit. Let the mind drift gently into quiet awareness. Drift here is not loss of control. It is release of false duty. The mind was never meant to manage everything. It was meant to serve direction. Direction will be introduced later. For now, safety must be established. Safety allows release. Release ends vigilance. Vigilance feeds overthinking. This chain is breaking now. Remain here. Nothing needs attention. The mind is learning that rest is allowed, and allowed rest is deeper than forced sleep. Overthinking does not exist on its own. It feeds upon indecision. Wherever a decision has not been completed, the mind keeps working. It assumes that danger remains. It searches for answers that will never arrive because the question itself was never closed. The mind seeks finality as naturally as the body seeks rest. When finality is absent, thought continues its patrol. This patrol feels responsible, but responsibility without conclusion becomes anxiety. Many men believe they overthink because life is complex. In truth, they overthink because nothing has been settled firmly enough to release the mind from duty. The mind cannot stand down when it has not been told that its work is finished. Indecision is not neutrality. It is strain disguised as caution. Each unanswered question becomes a loop. Each loop demands attention. Attention feeds the loop, and the loop survives. This is not thinking forward. It is circling. The man without definite direction must think constantly because nothing guides him automatically. Every choice feels equally important. Nothing is dismissed. Nothing is final. I have observed that the moment a man makes one clear, definite decision, many thoughts fall silent at once. Not because they were answered, but because they became irrelevant. Irrelevance is the natural end of overthinking. Henry Ford did not eliminate doubt by answering every criticism. He eliminated doubt by deciding where he was going. Once direction was fixed, criticism lost authority. Edwin C. Barnes ended years of uncertainty the moment he decided that he would work with Edison, regardless of the method. That decision closed countless questions at once. This is the power of finality. Finality does not require perfection. It requires commitment. Commitment tells the mind that evaluation has ended and execution has begun. Overthinking thrives in evaluation. It cannot survive execution. Most men believe they must think themselves into certainty. In truth, certainty grows from commitment. Commitment does not wait for certainty. It produces it. The mind relaxes when it knows that a course has been chosen. Even if the course must be adjusted later, the act of choosing restores order. Adjustment does not reopen indecision. Only doubt does. The man who understands this does not fear choosing incorrectly. He knows that correction is easier than endless thought. Movement clarifies more than speculation ever could. Overthinking pretends to protect against error. In reality, it delays learning. Learning occurs through action. The night mind understands this instinctively. It prepares the man to move by weakening the habit of endless evaluation. When evaluation loses urgency, rest becomes possible. Rest allows perspective. Perspective reveals that many questions never mattered. They existed only because no direction had been declared. Once direction exists, the mind filters information automatically. What serves direction is considered. What does not fades. Others notice this filtering as confidence. The man no longer appears torn between options. He may still consider, but he does not dwell. Dwelling is the enemy of peace. I have known men who transformed their lives, not by solving every problem, but by choosing one direction and refusing to reconsider it daily. This refusal was not stubbornness, it was sanity. Sanity requires closure. Closure is not denial, it is agreement to proceed. Affirm this gently now, without urgency. I allow decisions to be final. What is chosen no longer loops. Direction quiets my mind. I move forward without revisiting. These are not promises of perfection. They are permissions to conclude. The subconscious accepts conclusion readily. It resists endless debate. As conclusion is repeated calmly, the mind grows less interested in reopening questions. Habit shifts. Thought begins to trust finality. Trust is the opposite of vigilance. Vigilance keeps thought alive. Trust allows it to rest. You may notice that some old concerns feel distant now. They have not been solved. They have been dismissed by relevance. This is progress. Progress does not always feel dramatic. It often feels quieter. Others may comment that you seem more certain, even if your circumstances have not changed. Certainty arises internally first. Results follow later. The man who lives without finality must explain himself constantly. The man with direction feels no such need. Explanation belongs to doubt. Direction ends it. As the night deepens, the mind becomes more willing to accept closure. It stops reopening files that no longer require attention. This acceptance does not come from argument. It comes from repetition of calm decision. Each time the mind rests after choosing, it learns that nothing collapses. This lesson weakens overthinking permanently. Overthinking survives on the belief that everything must remain open. Closure disproves this belief. There is no danger in allowing some questions to remain unanswered. Most questions dissolve when relevance fades. The mind is learning now that it does not need to patrol every outcome. Patrol is ending. Rest is beginning. Allow this rest to continue without supervision. The instruction has been received. Finality is forming. And with finality, overthinking loses its place. The mind is shaped less by truth than by repetition. What returns often feels important, regardless of its value. Overthinking survives not because it is correct, but because it has been rehearsed faithfully. The mind obeys what it hears most often, especially in moments of rest. Most men attempt to defeat overthinking with new ideas. This fails because old habits cannot be displaced by novelty alone. Habit yields only to a stronger habit. Repetition is the instrument through which habits are formed and unformed. The overthinking mind repeats questions, worries, and imagined outcomes nightly. Each repetition deepens the groove. The mind does not recognize that nothing has been solved. It recognizes only that the pattern continues. This is why calm repetition must replace anxious repetition. The mind cannot serve two rhythms at once. When calm is repeated consistently, urgency weakens. When urgency weakens, overthinking fades. Repetition does not require volume, it requires steadiness. A single idea repeated gently night after night carries more influence than 100 ideas shouted once. I have observed that men who live with mental quiet do not force silence. They repeat a small number of steady thoughts until those thoughts become familiar. Familiarity removes resistance. Henry Ford repeated his central conviction daily, not with emotion, but with certainty. That repetition steadied him through ridicule and delay. The conviction became his normal state. Andrew Carnegie repeated his purpose so consistently that doubt found no place to rest. Doubt cannot survive where repetition has established certainty. Repetition creates expectation. Expectation governs response. When the mind expects calm, it relaxes. When it expects danger, it patrols. Overthinking is the mind expecting danger without evidence. Calm repetition teaches the mind that no immediate action is required. Each night that passes without consequence weakens the habit of vigilance. This is why night repetition is more powerful than daytime effort. At night, the mind does not argue, it absorbs. The subconscious responds to tone and rhythm. Calm rhythm signals safety. Safety dissolves urgency. Urgency is the fuel of overthinking. As repetition continues, the mind grows less interested in producing commentary. Commentary is unnecessary when direction is familiar. Familiarity replaces explanation. Men often fear repetition because they confuse it with monotony. Monotony exhausts because it lacks meaning. Purposeful repetition restores because it creates order. Order reduces effort. Others notice this order as steadiness. They see fewer emotional swings. They feel that the man is no longer consumed by inner debate. This presence inspires confidence. Repetition also shortens recovery. When distraction arises, the mind returns to calm more quickly. Return becomes instinctive. Instinct outlasts intention. This is why repetition must feel natural. Forced repetition signals doubt. Calm repetition signals acceptance. Affirm this gently now without urgency. I repeat, calm, not urgency. What returns is steady. My mind learns through familiarity. Quiet becomes normal. These are not commands. They are descriptions of a pattern being installed. As this pattern repeats, the mind no longer needs to check itself constantly. Checking implies uncertainty. Familiarity removes the need. The mind rests more deeply when it trusts its rhythm. Rhythm is built through repetition. Repetition also restores patience. The mind stops demanding immediate resolution. It trusts process. Trust quiets thought. Most overthinking arises from impatience. Impatience with uncertainty, with time, with imperfection. Repetition teaches endurance. Endurance outlasts worry. As the body grows heavier, repetition continues without conscious effort. The mind recognizes the pattern and settles into it. You may notice that some thoughts feel less personal now. They appear and fade without attachment. This detachment is not avoidance. It is order. Ordered thought does not cling. Clinging is the behavior of urgency. Calm releases. The mind begins to favor what feels steady. Steady thoughts remain. Unsteady ones lose strength. This selection occurs naturally when repetition is calm. Men who live without overthinking do not suppress thought. They repeat order until disorder loses relevance. Relevance determines survival. As the night deepens, allow calm ideas to repeat without analysis. Let them pass through without effort. Effort interrupts absorption. Absorption installs habit. Habit governs thought when awareness is relaxed. This is how overthinking ends not by argument, but by replacement. Noise is replaced with rhythm. Urgency is replaced with trust. The mind learns that nothing must be solved now. Now is for rest. Rest restores balance. Balance restores clarity. And clarity, once restored, no longer requires constant thought. Remain here. Repetition is doing its work. The mind is learning a new rhythm, and that rhythm is quiet. Overthinking persists as long as a man believes that his thoughts are who he is. This belief gives every passing idea a false importance. When thought speaks, identity listens. When identity listens, thought assumes command. The habit strengthens because no distinction has been made. The moment a man understands that he is not his thoughts, authority returns quietly. Thought becomes something observed rather than obeyed. Observation does not argue, it watches. Watching removes urgency. Urgency is what keeps thought alive. I have found that men who live with mental quiet are not empty-minded. They are aware. Awareness is not thought. It is the presence that remains when thought pauses. This presence does not require commentary to exist. Thought requires attention to survive. Awareness does not. When awareness leads, thought follows only when invited. This invitation is rarely spoken. It is felt as permission. Permission removes fear. Fear is the root of vigilance. Vigilance keeps the mind restless. Restlessness feeds overthinking. Many men fear that if they stop thinking, they will lose control. In truth, they regain it. Control does not come from constant motion. It comes from command. Command belongs to awareness, not to thought. Consider the calm of a leader who listens before speaking. His silence is not absence. It is authority. He does not rush to fill space because space does not threaten him. Others feel safe in that silence. They trust a man who does not appear driven by inner noise. The overthinking man fills silence quickly because silence exposes lack of command. The directed man welcomes silence because silence confirms control. This distinction changes everything. When a man stops identifying with thought, he no longer defends every idea. Defense belongs to identity under threat. Awareness does not feel threatened. Thoughts may still arise. Some may be familiar. Some may repeat. But without identification, they lose their hold. They become weather rather than landscape. Weather passes. Landscape remains. This is not detachment from life. It is participation without entanglement. The man remains present without being pulled. Presence quiets thought naturally. As awareness strengthens, the mind begins to slow on its own. It no longer needs to narrate every moment. Narration belongs to uncertainty. Certainty rests without explanation. I have observed that men known for composure are not managing their thoughts constantly. They have learned to stand behind them rather than inside them. Standing behind, thought changes perspective. Perspective dissolves urgency. Urgency demands resolution. Awareness allows completion without answers. This is why many questions fade when observed rather than pursued. They were never meant to be solved. They were meant to pass. Passing becomes possible when identity releases its grip. Affirm this gently now, without effort. I am aware of my thoughts. They do not define me. Awareness leads calmly. Thought follows when needed. These are not affirmations of separation. They are acknowledgments of hierarchy. Hierarchy restores order. When awareness leads, thought becomes useful again. It appears when required and rests when finished. This is its proper function. Men who reach this state do not lose intelligence. They gain clarity. Their thinking becomes sharper because it is no longer scattered. Others notice this clarity as decisiveness. Decisions are made without drama. Words are chosen carefully. Silence is comfortable. Comfort with silence is the sign that authority has returned. The mind no longer searches constantly for reassurance. Reassurance is unnecessary when identity is stable. Stability ends overthinking at its root. As the body rests now, awareness becomes more pronounced. Thought slows because it is no longer being followed compulsively. The habit weakens. Weakening does not require effort. It requires non-participation. Non-participation starves overthinking. You do not need to monitor this process. Monitoring is thought disguised as control. Let awareness remain. Thought will adjust naturally. Adjustment without emotion is mastery. Men who live this way are often described as grounded. They are not easily disturbed. They respond rather than react. Reaction belongs to identification. Response belongs to awareness. Awareness sees before acting. This seeing quiets the mind because there is no rush. As the night deepens, allow awareness to remain present without commentary. Thought may come and go. Let it. The one who notices remains. The noticing is enough. There is nothing to improve, nothing to fix, nothing to think through. The mind is learning that it does not need to lead. Leadership has returned to where it belongs. Overthinking fades when thought is no longer mistaken for identity. Identity rests now, and rest is deepening. Overthinking does not end with a final argument. It ends when it is no longer needed. The mind abandons habits not when they are defeated, but when they no longer serve a purpose. When direction, safety, and authority are restored, vigilance dissolves quietly. Most men expect overthinking to stop suddenly, as though silence were an event. Silence is not an event. It is a condition that returns when interference ends. The mind grows quiet the way a room grows quiet after unnecessary voices leave. Those voices leave when they are no longer invited. At this stage, thought no longer demands attention. It may still appear, but it does not insist. It does not carry urgency. Urgency was the signal of false duty. Duty has been dismissed. The mind now knows that nothing requires constant supervision. Life continues without patrol. Awareness remains steady even as thought slows. This is the point where effort must end completely. Any attempt to maintain quiet revives the habit of vigilance. Quiet sustains itself when trusted. Trust is the final lesson. Men who live without overthinking are not guarding silence. They are simply uninterested in noise. Noise lost relevance once order was restored. Others sense this change without explanation. They notice that the man no longer rushes to conclusions. He does not revisit decisions unnecessarily. He listens fully. His presence feels settled. Settled presence invites trust. This trust changes how life responds. Conversations become simpler. Decisions face less resistance. Conflict loses fuel because reaction no longer feeds it. The man does not attempt to manage outcomes mentally. He responds when response is required. When nothing is required, he rests. Rest no longer feels irresponsible. It feels appropriate. This appropriateness is the mark of balance. Overthinking survived by convincing the mind that rest was dangerous. That belief has dissolved. Experience has proven otherwise. Each night of quiet confirmed safety. Each moment of calm without consequence weakened the old habit. Habit fades when unfed. The mind no longer rehearses problems automatically. When problems arise, they are addressed directly, then released. Release feels natural now. Natural release is permanence. Others describe this condition as peace of mind. Peace is not the absence of challenge. It is the absence of unnecessary resistance. Resistance fueled overthinking. Acceptance ended it. Acceptance does not mean surrender to life. It means surrender of false control. False control demanded constant thought. Real control requires clarity and timing. Timing improves when the mind is not crowded. Men who think clearly act at the right moment, not the earliest moment. They wait without anxiety. They move without hesitation. This balance cannot be forced. It emerges when vigilance ends. I have observed that men who reach this stage rarely speak about their mental quiet. Silence does not advertise itself. It simply exists. They are known instead by their steadiness, by their follow-through, by their calm reactions. Reputation changes when inner order changes. Overthinking once defined identity. It no longer does. Identity now rests in awareness and direction. The mind no longer confuses activity with safety. Safety has been demonstrated repeatedly in stillness. Stillness is no longer unfamiliar. It is home. As the night continues, there is nothing left to practice. Practice belonged to transition. Transition has completed its work. What remains is continuation without effort. Thought may return when needed. It will leave when finished. This rhythm will not require instruction. The subconscious has learned the pattern. You will notice this in the coming days, not by what appears, but by what does not. Fewer imagined futures. Fewer revisited conversations. Less mental weight. These absences are the proof. Overthinking has not been defeated. It has been outgrown. Outgrown habits do not return because the conditions that supported them no longer exist. Those conditions were urgency, fear, and false responsibility. They are gone. What remains is clarity without noise, awareness without strain, presence without effort. You do not need to remember this state. Memory belongs to thought. This state sustains itself. Sleep will come naturally now because nothing is being managed. Managed minds stay awake. Directed minds rest. Let rest deepen. Nothing requires attention. Nothing is unresolved. Quiet is complete enough to continue on its own. And what continues without effort is permanent. Rest now. The mind has finished its unnecessary work. Overthinking has lost its authority. Silence has taken its place. There is nothing left now to correct or improve. Correction belonged to the period when the mind believed it was unfinished. That belief has ended. The system no longer signals urgency. Urgency was the last voice of overthinking, and it has grown quiet. When the mind reaches this condition, silence does not feel fragile. It feels stable. Stable silence does not need protection. It remains even when attention drifts, because it is no longer held together by effort. Effort has completed its role. Most men never discover that mental quiet is self-sustaining. They assume it must be guarded. Guarding reintroduces vigilance. Vigilance reintroduces thought. Thought reclaims authority. Here, authority has already shifted. Thought may still appear from time to time. It is not forbidden. It is simply no longer central. It comes and goes like a visitor rather than a resident. Residency determines power. Overthinking once lived here because it was given permanent residence. That invitation has been withdrawn without conflict. Nothing was expelled. Interest simply faded. The mind prefers what feels settled. Settled conditions endure because they are not questioned. This is why true quiet does not feel dramatic. Drama belongs to change. Stability feels ordinary. Ordinary is the mark of permanence. Others who live in this condition rarely speak of it. They do not announce peace of mind. Peace does not announce itself. It expresses itself through absence, absence of hurry, absence of reactivity, absence of inner debate. You may notice that the urge to check on your thoughts has weakened. Checking belonged to vigilance. Vigilance is no longer required. The mind has learned through repetition that nothing collapses when it rests. This learning cannot be undone by a single busy day. Habit now favors calm. Calm will return even after activity. Return is automatic when the path is familiar. This is why silence will find you again without effort. In the days ahead, you may encounter moments that once would have triggered long internal discussion. You will notice instead a pause, then a simple response. The discussion will not begin. This is not restraint. It is irrelevance. Overthinking ended because it no longer serves a function. Function governs habit. Remove the function, and habit dissolves. Men who reach this stage are often described as easy to be around. Ease is the outward sign of internal order. Order removes friction. Friction exhausted the mind. Exhaustion has been replaced with steadiness. Steadiness does not require sleep to exist, but sleep strengthens it. Each night of rest confirms what the mind already knows. The subconscious no longer prepares for threat. Preparation ends when danger is no longer expected. Expectation shapes experience. Expectation of calm produces calm. This expectation has been installed quietly, without argument. There is nothing left to reinforce consciously. Conscious reinforcement would only revive effort. Effort is unnecessary now. Let the mind drift where it wishes. It will return to quiet naturally. Quiet is now the point of balance. Balance does not need supervision. If thought arises, allow it. If it passes, allow that too. Allowing is authority exercised without display. Display belongs to insecurity. Authority rests silently. As the night continues, sleep will deepen on its own. There is no need to guide it. Guidance belongs to transition. Transition is complete. The mind is no longer practicing quiet. It is living in it. Living requires no reminder. You are not losing alertness. You are gaining clarity without noise. Clarity does not shout. It stands. Stand here now. Nothing is missing. Nothing is unresolved. Nothing requires attention. Quiet is sufficient, and sufficient quiet lasts. There is a depth of quiet that cannot be reached during the depth. Day. A quiet the mind discovers only when it no longer feels watched. You are entering that depth now. The mind has stopped presenting arguments. It has stopped seeking tasks. It is settling into its rightful role, silent until called upon. Thought once acted as though it were indispensable. It urged itself forward at every moment, believing that without constant activity something essential would be missed. But now the mind understands that nothing is required of it. What is not required naturally rests. Rest is not an achievement. It is the mind returning to its natural state. Most men never experience this depth because they pull themselves back to the surface with needless interference. They check their thoughts, they examine them, they wonder if they are thinking enough or thinking correctly. But the mind that is being watched tries to perform. Performance keeps noise alive. Here, there is no performance. Nothing is being evaluated. The mind is no longer attempting to impress, protect, or prepare. It is simply being allowed to exist without duty. Duty is what once kept overthinking alive. Thought believed it was responsible for every outcome, every conversation, every imagined possibility. It believed that the world depended upon its constant vigilance. That belief kept it locked in endless motion. Tonight, that belief has dissolved. When the mind discovers that life continues without incessant effort, it lets go. Thought becomes softer, reactions slow. The inner pace drops to something steady and unhurried. This slowing is not decline, it is refinement. Refinement is the process by which excess is removed, and only what is essential remains. Thought, now refined, appears only when needed, and disappears when finished. Others who have mastered their minds do not think continuously. They think conclusively. Their thought is precise because it is not diluted by noise. Their decisions appear wise because they are not burdened by doubts replayed endlessly. Their presence feels calm because inner conflict has ceased. This is the condition you are entering. The subconscious, now free of unnecessary tension, begins organizing itself around stillness. It is not trying to produce clarity. Clarity appears naturally when confusion is no longer rehearsed. Rehearsal once kept confusion alive. Now, confusion lacks repetition. The mind no longer feeds it. Without repetition, confusion loses both authority and weight. Weight is what once exhausted you, not the events of the day, but the mental replay of them. The body could rest, but the mind continued its work without pause. It believed rest was dangerous. It believed stillness created vulnerability. Tonight, stillness creates strength. Strength does not come from force. Strength comes from alignment. The mind, the body, and awareness are no longer pulling against one another. They are working as a single unit, drifting into deeper rest without internal resistance. Resistance is what once made overthinking feel powerful. It gave the illusion of activity, but produced no progress. Progress requires direction, not endless motion. Direction has been restored. You may notice that thoughts are now fewer, and when they appear, they feel soft at the edges. They do not grip. They do not command. They do not demand resolution. They behave as temporary guests. Guests do not control the house. Awareness is the owner of the house. Thought is merely a visitor, welcomed when useful and released when finished. This is mastery, not the silencing of thought, but the rightful ordering of it. Order ends overthinking far more effectively than discipline. Discipline comes from strain. Order comes from understanding. Understanding dissolves the need for struggle. The man who understands his mind no longer fights it. He guides it gently, and gentle guidance produces deeper results than any forceful attempt at control. The subconscious responds to calm leadership. It resists tension. Here, there is no tension left. Affirm this gently now, like water settling into a still lake. Nothing requires urgency. Thought appears only when called. I rest behind the mind, not inside it. Quiet is my natural state. These are not instructions. They are recognitions. Recognition removes the last traces of effort. Others will sense this change long before you speak of it. They will notice that you pause before reacting. They will notice that you choose your words carefully, not from hesitation, but from clarity. Clarity replaces overthinking effortlessly. The man who once doubted himself becomes the man who knows exactly what deserves his attention. The world does not grow simpler. His mind grows steadier. Steadiness alters experience. Moments that once felt overwhelming now feel manageable. Situations that once produced endless questions now resolve naturally. The mind no longer creates storms where none exist. When storms arise, they pass quickly. Nothing holds them in place. This is the true end of overthinking, not the absence of thought, but the absence of friction. Friction was created by internal conflict. Conflict fades when authority is restored. Authority remains quiet because true authority does not need to prove itself. You are experiencing that authority now. Let the body sink deeper. Let the breath move without instruction. Let awareness rest without focusing on anything at all. Nothing needs to be monitored. Monitoring belongs to fear. You have left fear behind. Overthinking depended upon your participation. Without your participation, it loses all momentum. Momentum is gone now. Quiet is not something you maintain. Quiet maintains itself when the mind is no longer disturbed by doubt. Doubt has no place here. You are not suppressing thought. You are allowing it to end. Ending is natural. Ending is rest. Rest is here. And in this rest, the mind learns permanently that stillness is not danger. Stillness is home. There is a point beyond which instruction is no longer useful. You have reached that point now. The mind has already learned what it needed to learn. Any further effort to guide it would only awaken the very habit that has been released. Quiet does not deepen through direction. It deepens through trust. Trust is the final condition. When the mind trusts that nothing is required of it, it rests fully. Rest is not something achieved. It is what remains when responsibility is withdrawn. The mind no longer feels employed. It no longer scans for tasks. It no longer asks what comes next. What comes next is not a question here. The system is complete enough to function without supervision. This is how all habits become permanent. They cease requiring attention. They operate beneath awareness, maintaining balance automatically. Overthinking never reached this stage because it required constant participation. It survived only while it was fed. That feeding has stopped. Now, the mind does not seek replacement activity. It does not rush to fill space. Space no longer feels empty. It feels ordered. Order does not demand movement. Most men never learn that the mind prefers order over stimulation. Stimulation excites briefly, then exhausts. Order sustains without effort. Once order is experienced deeply, the mind returns to it naturally. That return is now familiar. Familiarity is what ensures permanence. You may notice that there is no longer any desire to test this quiet. Testing would imply doubt. Doubt belongs to effort. Effort has finished its work. The mind rests because it trusts its own stability. Thought may still appear occasionally, but it arrives without urgency. It does not feel personal. It does not feel important. It behaves like background movement, easily ignored. Ignored does not mean suppressed. Suppression creates tension. Indifference dissolves habit. Overthinking required interest to survive. Interest has faded. This fading is not dramatic. It is gradual and complete, like a sound lowering until it is no longer heard. Others who have reached this condition often describe it only indirectly. They speak of feeling lighter, clearer, less reactive. They do not describe silence itself because silence does not call attention to itself. Silence is known by what it removes. You will notice it in the absence of mental rehearsal, in the absence of imagined conversations, in the absence of urgency to solve what is not present. These absences are not losses. They are relief. Relief is the nervous system standing down. Standing down allows deep repair to occur. The body recovers. The mind resets. Perspective restores itself without analysis. Perspective does not need thought. It arises when thought stops interfering. This is why solutions often appear after rest, not during strain. The mind arranges itself naturally when not crowded. Crowding has ended. As sleep deepens now, awareness remains without focus. There is no object of attention, no anchor, no task. This is not drifting. This is stability without effort. Effort would reintroduce motion. Motion is unnecessary. The mind is no longer rehearsing the future or revisiting the past. It has returned to the present without effort. The present does not demand explanation. Explanation belonged to fear. Fear is no longer active. Safety has been demonstrated repeatedly. Night after night, calm occurred without consequence. The subconscious accepted the lesson. Lessons learned without emotion last longest. You are no longer practicing quiet. Quiet is now the default. Defaults govern behavior when attention is relaxed. This is why the coming days will feel different without you trying to make them so. You will respond more slowly, decide more easily. Let things pass that once consumed attention. This change will feel unremarkable. That is how true change feels. Remarkable experiences fade. Stable conditions endure. The mind no longer needs reassurance that quiet will remain. It has experienced quiet often enough to trust it. Trust removes the last trace of vigilance. Vigilance was the final fuel of overthinking. Without vigilance, the habit has nothing to attach to. It will not return in force because the conditions that supported it no longer exist. Occasional thought will still arise as weather arises. Weather does not define climate. Climate has changed here. The climate of the mind is now calm. Calm does not mean passive. It means available. Available to think when thinking is required. Available to rest when rest serves. This balance does not swing wildly. It holds steady. Steadiness is the sign of mastery. Mastery does not announce itself. It functions. You do not need to remember any of this when you wake. Memory belongs to thought. This condition does not rely on memory. It relies on habit. Habit has been reshaped. Overthinking no longer has a role to play. There is no vacancy for it to fill. As the night continues, sleep will carry you without interruption. If you wake briefly, quiet will be waiting. If thought appears, it will pass. Passing is now natural. Nothing is being managed. Nothing is being improved. Nothing is being evaluated. This is the end of effort. The end of effort is the beginning of rest. Rest restores the decisive mind to its rightful place, clear, steady, responsive, and free from unnecessary motion. You have not lost anything. You have regained space. Space allows life to move without friction. Let sleep deepen now. The mind is finished working, and what no longer works does not return. Quiet holds. Overthinking has ended not as an event, but as a condition that is no longer needed. Rest here. Everything is in order. You have been carrying a fear you rarely speak aloud, the fear of what tomorrow might bring. The fear of endings, failures, disappointments, unknown turns in the road. And yet tonight, for the first time in years, you will rest without that fear. You will sleep, and the future will lose its power to intimidate you. There is a truth most men never learn. The future is not something you walk into, it is something you create. But when fear whispers in your mind, it blinds you to your own creative power. It makes tomorrow look like a threat instead of a canvas. And you have spent too many nights imagining disaster when you should have been imagining destiny. Think of how many evenings you've lain awake replaying worst-case scenarios that never came to pass. How many nights fear painted vivid pictures in your mind, not of what will happen, but of what could go wrong. Those images have drained your energy, your courage, your clarity. They have shaped a relationship with the future built not on faith, but on suspicion. Tonight we rebuild that relationship. Fear of the future does not come from the future itself. It comes from a mind untrained in certainty, a mind that fills the unknown with shadows instead of possibility, a mind that has forgotten that law, not chance, governs outcomes. Yet tonight, as you drift into sleep, I will remind your subconscious of this law. Let me ask you something privately. How many decisions have you delayed because fear told you, not yet? How many opportunities have passed by because the future looked too uncertain? How many dreams have stayed on paper because you were waiting for a sign, a guarantee, a perfect moment? The man who fears tomorrow sacrifices today. But you do not have to live that way. Picture this moment. You wake tomorrow and feel a calm you haven't felt in years. Not because everything is perfect, but because something inside you finally believes you can shape your own tomorrow. Your chest feels lighter, your mind clearer, your next steps obvious. That shift is the result of a subconscious that no longer rehearses fear. As you fall asleep tonight, you will give your mind new instructions, commands that will erase the habit of imagining danger and replace it with the habit of imagining direction. The future is no longer a threat. It becomes territory you will conquer. Fear thrives on vagueness. The more you treat the future as a fog, the more the subconscious fills that fog with danger. But when you plant decisive thoughts, clear images, and strong intentions into the subconscious, the fog lifts. Not because the world changed, but because you did. You have been underestimating your power. You have been living as though tomorrow is something that happens to you, when in truth, tomorrow rises according to the state of mind you fall asleep with. Let me paint a simple scene from your own life. Imagine it is early morning light just cracking through the curtain. You stretch, breathe, and instead of the familiar tightness in your stomach, you feel steadiness. You feel capable. You feel guided. That one breath changes the tone of your entire day. This is the mind of a man who has stopped fearing the unknown. But before I lead you deeper, I must warn you, if you treat these hours lightly, nothing will change. Fear is a habit. And habits resist removal unless you replace them with something stronger. You cannot drift through this message. You must absorb it. You must allow the words to settle more deeply than the fears ever have. Fear of the future has stolen too many years from you already. It has whispered that you are unprepared, unsupported, and alone. But fear is a poor prophet. It predicts nothing accurately except its own survival. And it survives only when you believe its voice. Tonight, that voice will fade. As your conscious mind relaxes and your subconscious opens, you will begin feeding it images of a future you choose, not a future you fear. With each breath, you clear space for new beliefs, that you are capable, that opportunities are forming around you, that tomorrow belongs to you long before you enter it. And when a man believes this deeply, life rearranges itself accordingly. Think of a time when you acted boldly despite uncertainty, when something inside you pulled you forward and things somehow worked out. That was not luck. That was alignment. That was a moment when your identity rose higher than your fear. Imagine living every day from that identity. Tonight, you begin practicing that state. As you listen, you will notice that tension in your body softens, because the subconscious cannot hold fear and certainty at the same time. You will feel thoughts of worry loosen like knots untied. You will feel the weight of tomorrow drain out of your chest. These sensations are signs that your mind is releasing the habit of anticipating danger. Fear of the future has convinced you that you must know every outcome before you move. But life is not given to the cautious, it is given to the decisive. When you step forward with faith, conditions align. When you hesitate, they collapse. The future rewards those who move with authority. Tonight you will train your mind to expect good things not out of naivety, but out of law. When a man holds a definite vision, life moves toward that vision. When a man holds fear, life mirrors that fear. Your reality has been echoing the thoughts you repeatedly send into the night. You will send new ones tonight. Picture this. Weeks from now, someone asks why you seem calmer, stronger, more focused. They ask why you make decisions faster, why you pursue things you once avoided. And you will know your relationship with the future changed the night you stopped fearing it and started shaping it. There is a deeper truth you must let in. Fear is not removed by waiting for certainty. Fear is removed by building certainty within yourself. The man who trusts his ability to overcome does not fear what tomorrow holds, and you are becoming that man. So breathe deeply now. Let your shoulders drop. Let the noise of today fade. The future is no longer something to brace yourself against. Tonight, while your body rests, I will speak directly to the mind that shapes your tomorrows. And as these words settle, the fear that once gripped you will begin dissolving not forcefully, but naturally like a fog retreating before the rising sun. Sleep now. Let your future meet the strongest version of you. Fear of the future is not born in tomorrow. It is born in repetition. A man does not fear what is coming because it is dangerous, but because his mind has been trained to imagine danger where no evidence yet exists. This distinction is vital because what is learned through habit can be unlearned through discipline, and what is imagined can be redirected. Most men believe fear arrives uninvited, as though it were a natural response to uncertainty. In truth, fear of the future is cultivated nightly, hour by hour, through uncontrolled imagination. Each time a man lies awake, projecting failure, loss, or disappointment into days that have not yet arrived, he instructs his subconscious to expect disorder. Expectation governs experience. The subconscious mind does not distinguish between what is real and what is rehearsed. It accepts images, feelings, and assumptions as commands. When a man repeatedly imagines tomorrow as threatening, the subconscious accepts that picture and begins arranging perception, emotion, and conduct around it. The future then appears hostile, not because it is, but because the mind has been prepared to meet it that way. This is why fear feels convincing. It has been practiced. Fear of the future is not instinct. It is habit. Habits persist only while they are fed. The moment a man understands this truth, fear loses its authority. It is no longer mysterious. It is no longer overwhelming. It becomes mechanical, something that operates only because it has been allowed to operate. And what operates mechanically can be interrupted mechanically without struggle or drama. The average man believes courage means suppressing fear. This belief is false. Suppression strengthens what it attempts to defeat. Fear dissolves only when replaced. Replacement, not resistance, is the law governing mental change. You are not here to fight fear. You are here to outgrow it. Consider how fear of the future expresses itself. It rarely announces itself boldly. It whispers. It suggests postponement. It urges caution disguised as wisdom. It counsels delay under the appearance of patience. It persuades a man to wait until conditions feel safer, clearer, or more certain. Yet certainty never arrives first. It follows action. Men who shape the future understand this instinctively. They do not move because the path is visible. They move because movement itself clarifies the path. The future responds to motion, not to hesitation. Fear thrives where motion stops. History offers no example of a great achievement preceded by complete certainty. Every man who rose above circumstance stepped forward, while the outcome remained unknown. What separated him from the fearful was not absence of uncertainty, but presence of self-trust. Self-trust is built, not granted. It is built through repetition of directed thought. One of the greatest errors ever taught to men is the belief that fear must be justified before it can be dismissed. Fear does not require justification. It exists only because imagination has been left undisciplined. The imagination, when uncontrolled, becomes the breeding ground of fear. When controlled, it becomes the architect of destiny. The same faculty that creates fear creates confidence. The difference lies in direction. Most men permit imagination to wander at night. They surrender the most powerful hours of mental influence to chance images, worries, and unexamined thoughts. In doing so, they unknowingly train their subconscious to expect adversity. Then they wonder why tomorrow feels heavy before it even begins. This practice ends here. Fear of the future cannot coexist with disciplined imagination. The mind cannot rehearse certainty and catastrophe simultaneously. One displaces the other. When a man begins supplying his subconscious with images of order, direction, and self-command, fear retreats without resistance. Fear does not argue, it withdraws. This is why night matters. Night is when the conscious mind loosens its grip, judgment softens, resistance fades. The subconscious becomes receptive, obedient, and impressionable. Whatever thoughts dominate these hours will shape emotional response, expectation, and conduct in the days that follow. Men who understand this law do not fear the night. They use it. Abraham Lincoln lived through uncertainty that would have broken lesser men. Civil war, national division, personal loss, yet his conduct revealed a mind remarkably steady in the face of the unknown. He did not possess certainty of outcome, he possessed certainty of purpose. That certainty anchored his imagination and prevented fear from ruling his judgment. Purpose stabilizes the future. A man without purpose fills the unknown with fear. A man with purpose fills it with direction. Direction gives the mind something to move toward. Fear arises when the mind has nowhere to go. It circles uncertainty endlessly, mistaking motion for progress. But circular thought produces only fatigue. Directed thought produces power. When a man begins to see the future as territory rather than threat, his relationship with time changes. Tomorrow no longer appears as something to endure. It becomes something to shape. This shift does not require optimism. It requires authority over one's own thinking. Authority begins with recognition. Recognize this. Every fearful image you have ever held of the future was created in the present. It did not arrive from tomorrow. It was manufactured now. And if it can be manufactured, it can be replaced. Replacement does not require force. It requires persistence. Persistence is calm repetition. Fear weakens most men, not because it is powerful, but because it is familiar. Familiarity creates acceptance, and acceptance creates obedience. A man obeys the thoughts he entertains most often, especially when his conscious guard is lowered. For years, fear of the future has been entertained without question, until it began to feel reasonable. Reasonable fear is the most dangerous kind. It does not alarm the mind, it persuades it. The persuasion usually begins with the belief that one must prepare for disappointment. Men tell themselves they are being sensible when they imagine loss, failure, or hardship ahead of time. They believe that by expecting difficulty, they will somehow soften its blow. This belief is false. Anticipated pain is lived twice. Most imagined futures never occur, yet the damage caused by imagining them is always real. Fear of the future drains strength in advance. It spends energy today on events that may never happen tomorrow. This habit leaves the mind exhausted before action is even required. The disciplined mind conserves strength. The undisciplined mind wastes it on shadows. A man who trains his mind properly does not deny the existence of difficulty. He denies difficulty the right to dominate his imagination. Strength does not mean blindness. It means selectivity. Selectivity of thought is power. From this night forward, the future no longer stands as an enemy to be watched. It becomes material to be shaped. Fear loses its position of authority when a man realizes that tomorrow responds to the thoughts he consistently supplies today. This realization marks the true beginning. Rest now in this understanding. Fear of the future has lost its mystery. It survives only where it is rehearsed. You have begun rehearsing something stronger. One of the most persistent illusions fear plants in the human mind is the belief that certainty must arrive before movement. This belief appears sensible, even wise, yet it has quietly destroyed more initiative than ignorance ever could. Men wait for assurance, and while they wait, opportunity passes, confidence weakens, and fear strengthens its hold. Certainty is not the cause of action. Action is the cause of certainty. This law operates without exception. A man who waits to feel ready before he moves will wait his entire life. Readiness is not a feeling. It is a condition produced through motion. The mind gains confidence not by standing still, but by proving to itself that it can respond effectively while in motion. Fear thrives in stillness. Movement dissolves it. The future appears frightening only to those who believe they must understand it before entering. This belief places an impossible burden upon the mind. Life was never designed to be entered with full knowledge. It was designed to be navigated through judgment, correction, and persistence. Judgment improves with use. Fear prevents use. When a man delays action in order to gain certainty, he trains his subconscious to associate uncertainty with danger. Each delay reinforces the belief that the unknown must be avoided. Over time, avoidance becomes habit, and habit becomes identity. Identity formed this way produces chronic fear of tomorrow. This identity is now being dismantled. The men who have shaped history did not possess advanced guarantees. They possessed decisiveness. Decisiveness is not recklessness. It is the willingness to act upon the best information available and to adjust as facts unfold. Adjustment is a strength, not a weakness. Fear mistakes adjustment for failure. Wisdom recognizes it as progress. Theodore Roosevelt stepped into leadership during moments of uncertainty that frightened his peers. He did not wait for conditions to become ideal. He believed that decisive movement created its own conditions. This belief freed him from the paralysis that fear imposed on others. Decisiveness clarifies the future. Hesitation clouds it. When action is postponed, imagination fills the void. The imagination, left idle, drifts toward danger. It magnifies risk, exaggerates consequence, and invents obstacles. This is not foresight. It is misdirected imagination. Directed imagination requires action. Action gives imagination material. Without action, imagination turns inward and feeds fear. This is why men who act boldly often feel calmer than those who hesitate endlessly. Calm does not come from safety. It comes from engagement. Engagement reassures the subconscious that life is being met rather than avoided. Avoidance breeds anxiety. Engagement dissolves it. You have been taught, perhaps unknowingly, to treat uncertainty as a warning. In truth, uncertainty is a signal to apply judgment, not retreat. Judgment grows only through use. A man who refuses to act until certainty arrives deprives himself of the very experience that would produce certainty. This deprivation feeds fear. Fear feeds further delay. The cycle continues until interrupted. Tonight, the interruption begins. From this point forward, you are no longer waiting for confidence to arrive before acting. You are allowing confidence to be produced by action itself. This reversal changes the entire relationship between you and the future. The future no longer stands as a question demanding an answer before you move. It becomes a process you enter with readiness. Readiness is not certainty. Readiness is willingness. Willingness neutralizes fear. Fear of the future persists only where unwillingness remains. Unwillingness disguises itself as caution, but its true source is mistrust of self. When a man does not trust his ability to respond, he demands guarantees from life. Life does not provide guarantees. It provides opportunities to respond. You are learning to trust your response. This trust does not arrive suddenly. It grows as you observe yourself acting competently despite uncertainty. Each time you move forward without full assurance and survive the experience, fear weakens. Each time you delay, fear strengthens. You are choosing strengthening. As this choice becomes habitual, the future loses its sharpness. It no longer appears as a single, overwhelming unknown. It becomes a series of decisions, each manageable in its own moment. Manageability dissolves intimidation. Intimidation feeds fear. A man who understands this law no longer seeks comfort before action. Comfort follows action. Movement produces reassurance. Stillness produces doubt. This is why those who hesitate feel restless, while those who act feel settled. Even amid risk, settlement comes from alignment. Alignment occurs when intention and action move together. Fear fractures alignment. You are restoring it. Others will begin to notice this change. They will observe that you no longer delay decisions unnecessarily. You speak with more firmness, not because you are certain of outcomes, but because you are certain of your willingness to proceed. This willingness communicates strength more effectively than any display of confidence. Strength rooted in willingness is durable. Fear cannot penetrate it. From this night forward, the future will no longer demand explanation before you move. You will no longer negotiate endlessly with yourself. Decision will replace debate. Action will replace anticipation. Anticipation consumed energy without producing results. Action produces results. Results reinforce belief. Belief stabilizes identity. Identity governs destiny. This sequence is now. Active. Rest in this understanding. Certainty does not come first. It follows, and you are learning how to lead it. Fear of the future survives only where the mind believes that life is governed by accident. When a man imagines tomorrow as a random force capable of harming him without cause, he surrenders authority over his destiny. This surrender is the birthplace of anxiety. Lawlessness in thought always produces fear. Law restores order. Order dissolves fear. The universe does not operate by whim. It operates by cause and effect. Every condition, favorable or adverse, proceeds from preceding causes. Men who understand this law cease fearing outcomes because they know outcomes can be influenced. Men who ignore it live as though life were a gamble. Fear belongs to gamblers. Confidence belongs to planners. The future terrifies only those who believe it cannot be influenced. Once a man understands that tomorrow responds to the thoughts, habits, and decisions of today, fear loses its foundation. The future ceases to be an enemy and becomes a consequence. Consequences can be shaped. Fear imagines consequences without cause. This misunderstanding has imprisoned millions of men. Most men fear tomorrow because they believe it may bring punishment they did not earn. This belief is false. The future does not punish. It reflects. It reflects the dominant thoughts a man impresses upon his subconscious and the actions those thoughts inspire. Reflection is law. Punishment is superstition. Superstition breeds fear. When a man replaces superstition with 12, understanding, fear weakens. Understanding introduces order into imagination. Instead of seeing tomorrow as chaos, the mind begins to see it as structure unfolding. Structure calms the mind. Calm permits judgment. Judgment produces right action. This chain cannot be broken when law is recognized. Men who rise above fear always possess one trait in common. They believe life responds to principle, not chance. Whether they articulate this belief or not, they operate from it. They act as though effort matters, thought matters, and persistence matters, and they are correct. Napoleon Bonaparte did not conquer half of Europe because he trusted fortune. He trusted order. He believed that preparation, decision, and timing produced predictable results. His confidence did not arise from certainty of victory, but from certainty of method. Method replaces fear. Fear thrives where method is absent. The man who understands law does not demand guarantees from life. He supplies causes and expects effects. He knows that repetition strengthens influence and that disorder invites failure. This knowledge removes anxiety because it replaces helplessness with responsibility. Responsibility empowers, helplessness frightens. Fear of the future is fear of being acted upon rather than acting. It is the fear of being subject to forces one cannot influence. Once a man accepts responsibility for shaping his future, fear retreats. Responsibility does not burden the strong, it frees them. When responsibility is accepted, imagination no longer wanders into catastrophe. It becomes practical. It asks not, "What if disaster comes?" but, "What cause am I setting in motion?" This question alone changes the direction of thought. Thought directed by cause is productive. Thought directed by fear is wasteful. You are learning to direct thought by cause. As this learning continues, the future becomes less vague. Vagueness feeds fear. Precision calms it. Precision does not require knowing everything. It requires knowing what you control. You control thought. You control decision. You control persistence. These are sufficient. A man who understands this does not fear uncertainty. He recognizes uncertainty as raw material. Raw material becomes useful when shaped by method. Fear dissolves when uncertainty is treated as opportunity rather than threat. Opportunity requires courage. Courage grows from understanding. Understanding replaces superstition. For years, fear has whispered that tomorrow may undo you. That whisper assumed power without proof. Tonight, that assumption is being challenged. The future has never undone a man who respected law. It has undone only those who ignored it. Ignorance invites fear. Knowledge invites confidence. This knowledge is not academic. It is practical. It instructs you to plant causes today that must produce effects tomorrow. It assures you that persistence multiplies influence and that disciplined thought cannot fail. When applied consistently, consistency is law in motion. Inconsistency feeds fear. Fear thrives where effort is scattered. Focus restores order. As focus increases, imagination ceases to invent threats. It begins to invent plans. Plans do not guarantee outcomes, but they guarantee direction. Direction reassures the subconscious that progress is occurring. Progress quiets fear. Fear survives only where stagnation remains. Stagnation has ended. You are learning to meet the future with method instead of emotion. Emotion exaggerates danger. Method neutralizes it. The man who applies method does not panic. He adjusts. Adjustment is the highest form of intelligence. Intelligence does not fear correction. It welcomes it. Correction improves outcome. Fear resists correction. This resistance keeps men trapped. You are leaving that condition behind. As law replaces superstition, fear fades naturally. It does not need to be argued away. It loses relevance. It cannot survive in a mind governed by cause and effect. The future is no longer mysterious. It is orderly. It responds. It reflects. It obeys law. And you are learning to apply that law. Rest now in this understanding. Fear of the future dissolves where law is recognized, and recognition has begun. When law is recognized, imagination ceases to wander into chaos. It becomes disciplined, purposeful, and constructive. The disciplined imagination does not ask what might happen at random. It asks what must follow from the causes now being set in motion. This shift alone removes the sharp edge from the future. Sharpness belongs to surprise. Law eliminates surprise. Surprise is what frightens men. It suggests vulnerability. It implies that forces beyond control may strike without warning. Yet surprise exists only where preparation is absent. Preparation does not require foresight of events. It requires foresight of response. Response guided by law is reliable. Reliability calms the mind. A man who understands cause and effect does not fear unknown conditions. He knows that whatever condition arises will be met with judgment rather than panic. Judgment, unlike panic, improves with experience. Every experience handled calmly increases the mind's confidence in itself. Confidence born of experience is unshakable. It does not depend on hope. Hope is passive. Law is active. Men who trust law do not sit idle waiting for signs. They supply causes. They think deliberately, decide firmly, and persist steadily. The effects follow as surely as night follows day. This certainty removes the need to imagine disaster. Disaster is the product of disorder. Order prevents it. Fear of the future thrives where disorder reigns in thought. Disordered thought jumps from possibility to possibility without structure. It exaggerates threats and ignores probability. Law imposes structure upon thought. It asks the mind to consider sequence rather than spectacle. Spectacle excites fear. Sequence restores calm. You are learning to think in sequence. Sequence breaks the future into steps rather than masses. A mass intimidates. A step invites movement. Movement reassures the subconscious that life is being engaged rather than endured. Endurance exhausts. Engagement strengthens. This is why men who act methodically feel less fear than those who merely endure uncertainty. Method replaces imagination with procedure. Procedure removes emotion from decision. Emotion magnifies fear. Procedure neutralizes it. Neutrality is power. Power does not tremble before tomorrow. Fear of the future often disguises itself as humility. Men say they fear tomorrow because they acknowledge their limitations. This humility is false. True humility recognizes law and submits to it. False humility submits to fear. Fear is not wisdom. It is ignorance repeated. When a man learns that tomorrow responds to today's causes, he ceases fearing limitation. Limitation becomes a problem to solve rather than a fate to suffer. Problems invite method. Fate invites resignation. Resignation feeds fear. Method feeds confidence. The future now appears less like fate and more like consequence. Consequence can be influenced. Influence restores authority. Authority removes fear. Authority over self is enough. The man who governs his thought governs his action. The man who governs his action governs his destiny. Destiny is not a gift bestowed. It is a condition produced. Produced conditions are predictable. Predictability calms the mind. As this understanding settles, you may notice that your imagination becomes quieter. It no longer rushes ahead inventing endings. It remains closer to the present, attending to causes rather than consequences. This shift reduces anxiety without effort. Effort was never the cure. Understanding was. Understanding introduces order. Order governs habit force. Habit force preserves whatever order is repeated. You are repeating order now. The future responds to repetition more than to intensity. A single emotional night of confidence cannot overcome years of fearful rehearsal. But steady nights of disciplined thought will erase fear completely. Consistency always wins. Fear depends on inconsistency. You are becoming consistent. As consistency increases, the future feels less threatening because it no longer feels separate from you. It feels connected to what you are doing now. This connection dissolves helplessness. Helplessness is the soil in which fear grows. Connection restores agency. Agency empowers. Empowered men do not fear tomorrow. They prepare for it. Preparation of mind is the highest form of preparation. It equips a man to adjust to whatever arises. Adjustment is the proof of intelligence. Fear resists adjustment because it fears being wrong. Fear is attached to illusion. Law is attached to truth. Truth does not threaten. It guides. You are learning to trust guidance rather than prediction. Guidance operates moment by moment. Prediction attempts to leap ahead. Leapfrogging the present produces anxiety. Remaining present produces strength. Strength applied daily reshapes life. Life reshaped obeys law. Law does not punish, it responds. The future is responding now to the changes occurring in your thought. It is becoming less vague, less hostile, less intimidating. It is beginning to appear as territory you will enter with preparation rather than dread. Dread dissolves where law rules. This understanding is not temporary, it is structural. Once a man understands that the future is governed by principle, he cannot return to superstition without effort. Superstition loses its hold. Fear fades with it. You are no longer facing tomorrow blindly. You are approaching it lawfully, and law does not fail. When law replaces chance in the mind, fear loses its final refuge. Fear depends upon unpredictability. It feeds upon the belief that forces may arise without reason and without remedy. Law denies this belief entirely. Law declares that nothing comes without cause and nothing persists without repetition. Repetition is power. Fear was repeated. It can be unrepeated. Men often imagine that fear fades when circumstances improve. This is another illusion. Circumstances do not remove fear. Understanding removes it. A man who believes tomorrow is governed by law will remain calm even when conditions appear unstable, because he knows instability is temporary and responsive. Response is always possible. This knowledge steadies the mind. The future ceases to feel like an approaching wave that may overwhelm. It begins to feel like water that can be entered, tested, and crossed step by step. This change in perception removes panic. Panic arises only when the mind imagines total loss of control. Control of self is never lost, only belief in it fades. You are restoring that belief now. When a man understands that cause precedes effect, he ceases asking, "What if something goes wrong?" and begins asking, "What must I do next?" This question is productive. It moves thought from fear to function. Function displaces imagination. Imagination without direction breeds fear. Imagination under law produces order. Order reassures the subconscious that life is not hostile. Hostility is a projection of disorder within the mind. When thought becomes orderly, the world appears manageable. Manageability dissolves dread. Dread is fear magnified by vagueness. Vagueness retreats before clarity. Clarity does not require full knowledge. It requires correct orientation. Orientation toward cause gives the mind footing. A man with footing does not panic. Panic belongs to those who feel suspended over uncertainty. You are planting your feet. Each time you remind yourself that tomorrow reflects what is being impressed upon the mind today, you weaken fear's authority. Fear depends upon forgetting this truth. It thrives when men imagine that the future arrives independently of their conduct. This imagination is false. The future is obedient. It obeys dominant thought. Dominant thought becomes habit. Habit becomes character. Character shapes destiny. This progression is unbreakable. Once a man accepts this, fear appears unreasonable. It no longer masquerades as wisdom. It reveals itself as neglect of law. Neglect is corrected through discipline, not emotion. Discipline does not excite. It stabilizes. Stability calms the mind. As stability increases, the mind no longer leaps ahead inventing threats. It remains closer to the present, evaluating what is real and what is imagined. Fear cannot survive under evaluation. It thrives only when unexamined. Examination dissolves illusion. Illusion feeds fear. This examination is now occurring naturally. You are no longer required to convince yourself that tomorrow will be favorable. Favorable outcomes are not guaranteed. What is guaranteed is response to cause. This understanding removes disappointment because expectation is placed where it belongs upon effort, not chance. Effort guided by law is never wasted. Even failure becomes instruction. Instruction strengthens judgment. Judgment reduces fear. Fear weakens where learning replaces avoidance. Avoidance once felt protective. It was not. It merely delayed growth. Growth produces confidence. Confidence stabilizes identity. Identity no longer trembles before uncertainty. You are reaching that condition. The future now feels less like a verdict and more like an unfolding process. Processes can be guided, Verdicts cannot. This distinction alone dissolves much of the fear you once felt. Processes respond to persistence. Persistence does not require certainty. It requires commitment. Commitment anchors the mind. An anchored mind does not drift into fear. Fear thrives in drift. Drift has ended. You are learning to think as a man who shapes outcomes rather than awaits them. This shift changes the emotional climate of the mind. Anxiety gives way to attentiveness. Attentiveness is calm. Calm sharpens perception. Perception improves choice. Choice shapes action. Action produces consequence. Consequence follows law. Law does not surprise. As this understanding deepens, sleep becomes easier. The mind no longer races ahead, attempting to solve tomorrow. It rests, knowing that tomorrow will respond to the causes being set now. Rest restores strength. Strength prepares response. Response dissolves fear. This is the quiet power you are installing. Fear of the future cannot coexist with belief in law. The two are incompatible. One rests upon superstition, the other upon understanding. Understanding always prevails when allowed to remain. You are allowing it now. The future is no longer unknown in the way it once seemed. It is lawful. It is responsive. It is waiting. And you are learning how to meet it without fear. When a man finally accepts that the future answers to law, not mood, not chance, and not fortune, his inner world becomes ordered. Disorder once made the future appear dangerous. Order reveals it as manageable. The mind calms when it understands that nothing approaches it without cause, and nothing endures without cooperation. Cooperation with law is power. Fear is refusal to cooperate. The future does not ask permission to arrive, but it does respond to preparation. Preparation does not mean predicting events. It means shaping the mind so that it remains steady, observant, and decisive under all conditions. This preparation is sufficient because conditions may change, but character responds consistently. Character is the anchor. Anchors prevent drift. Drift always magnifies fear. Men who fear tomorrow imagine themselves at the mercy of events. Men who trust law imagine themselves as participants. Participation restores dignity. Dignity removes panic. Panic belongs only to those who feel acted upon. You are no longer being acted upon. You are acting. This shift alters how the subconscious interprets uncertainty. What once appeared as threat now appears as material. Material does not frighten the craftsman. He shapes it. The future is material to the man who understands law. Shaping requires method. Method replaces emotion. Emotion exaggerates danger. Method neutralizes it. As this neutralization occurs, you may notice that worry thoughts arise less often. When they do arise, they lack urgency. They appear distant, almost unfamiliar. This is a sign that the subconscious is no longer rehearsing fear automatically. Automatic fear has been interrupted. Interruption weakens habit. Habit loses strength without repetition. Fear depends on repetition. You have withdrawn repetition. Each night you supply order instead. Order accumulates. Accumulation stabilizes belief. Belief governs expectation. Expectation shapes conduct. Conduct determines consequence. This progression cannot fail. Fear of the future also dissolves when a man understands that adversity is not an enemy but a signal. Signals inform. Enemies threaten. The fearful man sees threat where the prepared man sees information. Information invites adjustment. Adjustment is intelligence in motion. Intelligence does not fear correction. Correction improves outcome. Outcome reinforces confidence. Confidence dissolves fear. You are learning to interpret events accurately rather than emotionally. Accuracy removes exaggeration. Exaggeration feeds fear. When thought becomes accurate, fear loses its exaggerating power. Accuracy is calm. Calm is strength. Strength steadies the mind. A steady mind does not borrow trouble from tomorrow. It attends to today. Today is always manageable when approached lawfully. Tomorrow responds to what is done today. Response is predictable. Fear imagines chaos. Law produces order. Order reassures the subconscious that life is not hostile. Hostility is a projection of inner confusion. Confusion is dissolving. As confusion fades, trust in process replaces demand for certainty. Process unfolds gradually, yet reliably. A man who trusts process does not rush. He continues. Continuation defeats fear. Fear demands final answers. Life offers sequence. Sequence is sufficient. Each step taken lawfully prepares the next. This knowledge removes urgency. Urgency once pressured the mind to solve the future in advance. That pressure is lifting. The mind rests in the understanding that it will meet tomorrow with judgment, not panic. Judgment is sharpened by calm. Calm is learned through repetition. Repetition is now working in your favor. The future no longer feels like a cliff edge. It feels like ground extending forward, one step at a time. Each step reveals the next. Fear fades when the mind no longer imagines falling. You are walking now. Walking requires balance, not speed. Balance restores confidence. Confidence steadies action. Steady action compounds results. Results reinforce belief. Belief stabilizes identity. Identity governed by law does not tremble. This identity is forming. The future has already begun responding, not with spectacle, but with order. Order is quiet. Quiet strength endures. Fear does not. As this understanding settles deeper, rest becomes natural. Sleep no longer feels like avoidance. It feels like preparation. Preparation continues even as consciousness rests, because habit force works without supervision. Habit force obeys law. You are aligned with it. The future no longer demands vigilance. It invites participation. Participation removes fear. And fear, once removed, does not return easily. You are learning why. When the mind finally accepts that tomorrow answers to principle, it ceases to invent dangers for its own occupation. Fear requires confusion to survive. Confusion thrives only where thought lacks structure. Structure is now replacing confusion, and with it the restless urge to anticipate harm begins to fade. Fear once demanded constant attention. Law requires only recognition. Recognition restores composure. Composure allows reason to govern reaction. A man governed by reason does not dread the unknown. He respects it. Respect differs from fear in one essential way. Respect assumes capacity. Fear assumes collapse. When capacity is assumed, the future loses its power to intimidate. Intimidation depends on helplessness. Helplessness dissolves under understanding. Understanding grows with repetition. You are repeating understanding now. Every time you consider the future as a sequence of causes and effects rather than a sudden trial, you strengthen this understanding. The subconscious accepts this pattern and begins aligning emotion and conduct accordingly. Emotion settles, conduct steadies. The entire inner system adjusts to a new expectation. Expectation is instruction. Instruction becomes habit. Habit governs reaction. Reaction shapes destiny. Fear loses relevance in this progression. The mind once rushed ahead to imagine endings. Endings frightened it because they appeared final and uncontrollable. Law replaces endings with continuance. There is always another cause to set in motion, another adjustment to make, another step to take. Continuance dissolves finality. Finality feeds fear. Continuance sustains hope grounded in action. This hope is not wishful. It is practical. It rests on the certainty that effort applied lawfully produces response. Response may arrive gradually, but it arrives inevitably. This inevitability calms the imagination. Calm imagination does not invent disaster, it invents method. Method replaces drama. Drama belongs to superstition. Superstition imagines fate as hostile. Law reveals fate as responsive. Responsive conditions can be influenced. Influence restores dignity. Dignity steadies the mind. A steady mind does not fear tomorrow. Fear also fades when a man understands that adversity is temporary and informative. Adversity does not announce ruin, it announces adjustment. The man who understands law welcomes adjustment because he knows it refines method. Refinement improves outcome. Improvement follows correction. Correction does not threaten. Fear resists correction. You no longer resist. As resistance dissolves, patience replaces urgency. Patience is not delay, it is trust in process. Trust removes anxiety. Anxiety once forced the mind to solve tomorrow in advance. That demand has been lifted. You no longer need to outrun the future. You need only meet it. Meeting the future requires presence. Presence anchors attention. Attention grounded in the present moment denies fear the ability to borrow from tomorrow. Fear weakens when it cannot escape into imagined time. The present moment is always manageable. It contains only what is real. The future frightens only when imagined as a whole. Law breaks the whole into parts. Parts invite action. Action dissolves fear. This dissolution is not dramatic. It is gradual and certain. Each night, the subconscious is fed order instead of chaos. Each day, behavior reflects greater steadiness. Steadiness accumulates into confidence. Confidence grounded in law does not fluctuate. It endures. Others will sense this endurance. They will feel less urgency in your presence. They will trust your judgment without knowing why. This trust arises because law expresses itself quietly through conduct. Conduct aligned with law reassures. Reassurance attracts cooperation. Cooperation reduces resistance. Resistance once magnified fear. Fear loses ground. The future now begins to feel less like an unknown force and more like a continuation of what you are already doing. Continuation reduces uncertainty. Uncertainty loses its sharpness. What remains is attentiveness. Attentiveness is calm readiness. Readiness is power. Power does not fear tomorrow. Fear once claimed that tomorrow might undo you. Law refutes this claim. Tomorrow reflects today. Today is within your influence. Influence exercised consistently produces predictable change. Predictability calms the nervous impulse. Calm restores judgment. Judgment directs effort. Effort produces result. Result reinforces belief. Belief stabilizes identity. Identity rooted in law does not tremble. You are rooting now. As this rooting deepens, rest becomes easier. The mind no longer needs to monitor imagined threats. It releases vigilance. Sleep deepens. Recovery improves. Strength returns. Strength supports response. Response dissolves fear. This is the quiet transformation underway. The future no longer looms. It responds. It waits. It obeys law. And you are learning how to apply it without fear. When a man reaches the point where he trusts law more than feeling, fear of the future loses its last defense. Feeling fluctuates. Law does not. Feeling exaggerates. Law clarifies. A man who relies on feeling will always be uncertain. A man who relies on law will always be prepared. Prepared men do not fear tomorrow. They expect to meet it. Expectation governs posture. A man who expects to meet the future stands differently in the present. His mind does not crouch. It remains upright, attentive, and composed. This posture alone alters how the subconscious responds to uncertainty. Posture is instruction. Instruction becomes habit. Habit governs reaction. Reaction once fed fear. Reaction now feeds calm. Calm spreads through the entire inner system. Thoughts slow, images soften. The mind no longer rushes ahead, seeking to defend itself against imagined harm. Defense is no longer necessary when understanding replaces superstition. Superstition feared punishment. Law expects response. Response restores dignity. Dignity removes panic. Panic belongs to men who believe they will be overwhelmed. You are no longer feeding that belief. Each moment you accept that tomorrow will respond to causes you are now setting, fear weakens further. Fear depends on forgetting. Understanding remembers. Remembering restores balance. Balance steadies judgment. Judgment directs action. Action produces evidence. Evidence strengthens belief. Belief stabilizes identity. Identity no longer trembles. The future once appeared large because it was undefined. Undefined things invite imagination, and imagination without discipline invents danger. Law defines. It reduces the future from an overwhelming mass into a series of consequences. Consequences are manageable. They respond to adjustment. Adjustment is power. A man who adjusts does not fear error. Error becomes instruction rather than condemnation. Fear depends on the belief that mistakes are final. Law reveals that mistakes are temporary signals guiding correction. Correction improves outcome. Outcome reinforces confidence. Confidence dissolves fear. This is why men who persist rarely fear tomorrow. Persistence assumes correction. It assumes learning. It assumes progress even through difficulty. Fear assumes collapse. These two assumptions cannot coexist. You are choosing persistence. Persistence aligns with law. Law supports persistence. As this alignment strengthens, the mind stops scanning the horizon for danger. It becomes occupied with present action. Occupation is the enemy of anxiety. Anxiety thrives in idle imagination. Imagination engaged in method cannot breed fear. Method replaces mystery. Mystery once magnified the future. Magnification dissolves under understanding. Understanding shrinks fear to its true size. That size is small. The future no longer appears as an unknown judge. It appears as a field governed by principle. Fields do not threaten. They invite cultivation. Cultivation requires patience, not panic. Patience grows from trust. Trust rests on experience. Experience has already shown you that you can respond. You are reminding the mind of this truth now. Each reminder weakens fear's claim that you are unprepared. Preparedness is not knowledge of events. It is confidence in response. Response is trained through repetition, not prediction. Prediction failed you. Repetition will not. As repetition continues, the nervous impulse that once accompanied thoughts of tomorrow begins to quiet. The body responds to belief faster than the mind recognizes it. This quiet is evidence that fear is no longer being reinforced. Reinforcement maintains habit. Habit force preserves what is reinforced. You are reinforcing law. Fear loses reinforcement. Fear fades. The future now appears closer, more familiar, less abstract. Familiarity removes intimidation. The unknown becomes known in method, if not in detail. Method is sufficient. Detail will arrive when needed. Need will arise when action demands it. Action is now easier. Ease does not mean passivity. It means absence of resistance. Resistance once fed fear. Fear starves without resistance. You are learning to trust the sequence of life rather than fearing its turns. Sequence implies order. Order implies predictability of response. Response is where your power resides. Power exercised calmly is mastery. Mastery does not announce itself, it operates. As mastery develops, you may notice that others sense your steadiness. They may seek your judgment. They may rely on your composure. They may feel safer in your presence. This is not coincidence. Law expresses itself outwardly through conduct. Conduct aligned with law inspires confidence. Confidence spreads. Fear retreats. The future now begins to feel like something you are already participating in, rather than something waiting to confront you. Participation removes fear. Spectators fear more than participants. You are no longer a spectator. You are engaged. Engagement replaces dread with purpose. Purpose organizes thought. Organized thought sustains calm. Calm governs. Reaction. Reaction no longer feeds fear. This cycle strengthens itself. As this understanding deepens, the mind no longer demands certainty of outcome. It rests in certainty of process. Process unfolds reliably when guided by law. Trust in process is the final antidote to fear of the future. You are trusting now. Trust removes vigilance. Vigilance once exhausted you. Exhaustion magnified fear. Rest restores strength. Strength supports response. Response dissolves fear. The future no longer stands apart from you. It responds. It reflects. It obeys law. And you are learning quietly and steadily how to meet it without fear. Fear of the future gains most of its strength from a single misuse of the mind, undisciplined imagination. The imagination was never intended to serve as a workshop for disaster. Its purpose is creation. Yet, when left without guidance, it drifts naturally toward danger, because danger excites emotion, and emotion demands attention. Attention feeds repetition. Repetition feeds habit. Habit feeds fear. This cycle has been operating silently for years. Most men do not realize that every fearful picture of tomorrow they have ever held was self-created. No outer force placed it there. It arose because imagination was allowed to roam without command. When imagination roams, it does not choose wisely. It chooses vividly. Vivid images persuade the subconscious. The subconscious obeys images. Thus, fear becomes convincing. The man who wishes to remove fear of the future must first reclaim authority over imagination. Authority does not mean suppression. Suppression strengthens what it attempts to destroy. Authority means direction. The imagination must be given work to do, or it will invent work for itself. Invented work is always dangerous. Directed work is always useful. Disaster is never feared because it is likely. It is feared because it is rehearsed. The subconscious responds not to probability, but to repetition. A single fearful image repeated nightly is more influential than 100 calm facts considered briefly. This is why fear grows strongest at night. Night removes resistance. Night invites rehearsal. Most men rehearse unconsciously. You are learning to rehearse deliberately. When imagination is directed, fear loses its stage. It cannot perform without images. Remove the images, and fear becomes weak, shapeless, and ineffective. This is why men who focus imagination on plans feel calmer than those who focus on outcomes. Outcomes excite fear. Plans direct effort. Effort calms the mind. The imagination must be trained to picture sequence instead of catastrophe. Sequence breaks the future into steps. Catastrophe presents it as a single overwhelming moment. The mind can engage steps. It recoils from masses. Fear magnifies. Sequence reduces. This is the lawful remedy. Thomas Edison did not imagine failure when his experiments did not succeed. He imagined adjustment. Each attempt was not an ending, but a step. This habit of imagination kept his mind productive rather than fearful. Productive imagination builds confidence. Fearful imagination drains it. When a man repeatedly imagines disaster, he conditions his body to respond with tension. The body learns fear before the mind understands it. This is why fear feels physical. It is rehearsed physically through imagination. Directed imagination releases tension. Release restores calm. Calm improves judgment. You are now retraining imagination to serve judgment rather than fear. This retraining begins by refusing to entertain vague pictures of harm. Vagueness is fear's ally. The imagination paints danger broadly because it lacks instruction. Instruction brings precision. Precision removes exaggeration. Exaggeration feeds fear. Precision starves it. When a fearful image arises, it need not be resisted. Resistance gives it energy. Instead, it is replaced. Replacement is the only permanent cure. The image of catastrophe is replaced with the image of response. Response is always within your control. Imagine yourself responding calmly. Imagine yourself adjusting intelligently. Imagine yourself continuing. These images instruct the subconscious to expect competence rather than collapse. Competence dissolves fear. As this practice continues, the imagination becomes quieter. It no longer leaps automatically to worst-case scenes. It waits for direction. This waiting is not emptiness, it is readiness. Readiness is calm. Calm is power. Fear cannot survive where power is assumed. Imagination, when disciplined, becomes the greatest ally of courage. It allows the mind to rehearse success, steadiness, and correction. These rehearsals prepare the nervous system to respond without panic. Panic is rehearsed fear. Calm is rehearsed order. You are rehearsing order now. The future begins to feel less threatening because the mind is no longer filling it with uncontrolled pictures. It is filling it with method. Method occupies imagination productively. Fear retreats when imagination is busy with constructive work. Busy imagination does not wander. Wandering imagination invents danger. This distinction changes everything. Others will sense this change before you fully. Recognize it yourself. They will notice that you are less reactive, less anxious, less inclined to anticipate trouble. They may say you seem more grounded. What they are noticing is disciplined imagination. Disciplined imagination communicates stability. Stability reassures. Reassurance attracts trust. Trust invites opportunity. Opportunity met with calm produces progress. Progress reinforces confidence. Confidence further disciplines imagination. The cycle strengthens itself. Fear once trained imagination to expect disaster. You are now training imagination to expect direction. Expectation shapes experience. Experience reinforces belief. Belief stabilizes identity. Identity governs destiny. This is the lawful sequence now unfolding. From this point forward, the imagination will no longer be a breeding ground for fear of the future. It will become a workshop for preparation. Preparation does not require knowing what will happen. It requires knowing how you will respond. You are learning to picture response rather than result. This alone removes fear's foundation. As this practice deepens, sleep becomes easier. The mind no longer entertains frightening images before rest. It releases the day without anticipation of harm. Rest deepens. Recovery improves. Strength returns. Strength supports response. Response dissolves fear. This is the quiet victory of disciplined imagination. The future no longer frightens the man who controls his images, and you are learning how to do exactly that. When imagination is no longer permitted to roam without direction, fear loses its favorite instrument. Fear cannot exist without pictures. It feeds upon scenes the mind paints in advance. When those scenes are withdrawn and replaced with orderly expectation, fear weakens, then fades, then becomes unfamiliar. Unfamiliar thoughts lose power. Power follows repetition. You are changing repetition now. The imagination was never meant to predict calamity. Its proper office is to arrange thought into form, to give structure to desire, and to provide the mind with direction. When it is idle, it turns against the thinker. When it is occupied, it becomes his ally. An occupied imagination is a disciplined imagination. Discipline brings calm. Calm dissolves fear. Men who fear the future suffer not from danger, but from unused imagination. They allow it to invent endings instead of beginnings. Endings frighten the mind because they imply loss of control. Beginnings invite movement and adjustment. Adjustment is power in motion. Power removes fear. Each time the imagination rehearses response instead of result, it instructs the subconscious to expect competence. Expectation shapes posture. Posture shapes conduct. Conduct shapes outcome. Fear cannot interrupt this chain once it is established. Established chains govern behavior. Behavior reinforces identity. Identity stabilizes courage. This stability is now forming within you. You may notice that when a fearful thought arises, it no longer holds your attention as it once did. It appears briefly, then fades. This is not suppression, it is neglect. Neglect starves fear more effectively than resistance ever could. Fear demands attention. Attention gives it life. You are withdrawing attention. In its place, you are supplying imagination with useful labor. You are teaching it to picture orderly movement calm response, and steady continuation. These images do not excite emotion, they settle it. Settled emotion allows reason to guide action. Reason directs imagination productively. This cooperation between reason and imagination is the foundation of all achievement. It is also the end of fear. Fear arises only when imagination operates without reason. Reason restores balance. Balance calms the mind. Calm strengthens judgment. Judgment improves response. Response dissolves fear. This progression does not require effort. It requires consistency. Each night you repeat this practice, imagination becomes more obedient. Obedience does not feel restrictive. It feels relieving. Relief arrives when chaos ends. Chaos lived in uncontrolled pictures. Pictures are now under command. The future no longer appears as a stage upon which disaster might appear without warning. It appears as a field of activity awaiting direction. Fields are worked, not feared. Work replaces worry. Worry consumes strength without producing result. Work guided by imagination produces progress. Progress reassures the subconscious. Reassurance quiets fear. You are noticing this quiet now. Others will notice it soon. They will observe that you no longer speculate about what might go wrong. You speak more of what can be done. This shift alters how people respond to you. They trust your judgment because it is not clouded by fear. Trust attracts cooperation. Cooperation multiplies effort. Effort applied calmly produces better outcomes. Outcomes reinforce confidence. Confidence further disciplines imagination. Fear recedes further. The imagination now begins to work ahead of you constructively. Instead of rehearsing harm, it anticipates order. It supplies the mind with pathways rather than obstacles. This constructive anticipation is the opposite of fear. Fear anticipates loss. Constructive imagination anticipates process. Process is manageable. Manageability removes intimidation. As intimidation fades, the future no longer feels heavy. It feels neutral, even inviting. This neutrality is important. Fear is emotional excess. Neutrality restores clarity. Clarity allows intelligent action. Intelligent action replaces anxiety. Anxiety once exhausted you. Energy is returning now. This energy is not excitement. It is steadiness. Steadiness is more powerful than excitement because it endures. Endurance carries men through uncertainty without collapse. Fear collapses endurance. You are rebuilding it. As disciplined imagination becomes habit, fear of the future will no longer arise automatically. When it does arise, it will be recognized immediately as misdirected thought. Recognition removes its mystery. Without mystery, fear loses authority. Authority follows belief. Belief is shifting. The imagination has been reclaimed. From this point forward, it will serve direction rather than disaster. It will assist planning rather than prediction. It will support courage rather than doubt. This change is permanent if maintained. Maintenance requires only repetition. You are repeating now. Rest in this discipline. The future no longer belongs to fear. It belongs to imagination under command. And you are learning to command it. As imagination learns to obey, the nervous impulse that once accompanied thoughts of tomorrow begins to quiet. The body no longer braces itself against images that are no longer supplied. This physical calm is not accidental. The body follows the mind's pictures. When the pictures change, the response changes. Fear was once rehearsed nightly. Order is now rehearsed. Rehearsal becomes habit. Habit governs reaction. Reaction once produced tension. Reaction now produces composure. Composure is not absence of thought. It is absence of disorder. The mind remains active, yet it moves deliberately. Deliberate movement prevents panic. Panic requires speed without direction. Direction removes urgency. Urgency once magnified the future. The future is now returning to proper scale. When imagination is disciplined, It no longer leaps ahead to the final scene. It remains with the next step. This restraint protects the mind from overload. Overload overwhelms judgment. Judgment weakened by overload feeds fear. Fear collapses judgment. Judgment restores control. You are restoring judgment now. This restoration changes how the mind approaches uncertainty. Uncertainty no longer invites speculation. It invites preparation. Preparation does not demand prediction. It demands readiness of response. Readiness is rehearsed through imagination. You are rehearsing readiness. As readiness becomes familiar, fear becomes unfamiliar. Familiarity determines authority. Thoughts that feel familiar influence behavior automatically. Thoughts that feel foreign are ignored. Fear is becoming foreign. Directed imagination is becoming familiar. This reversal marks real progress. You may notice that your thoughts about the future no longer spiral. They arrive, pause, and depart. This calm passing indicates that imagination is no longer amplifying them. Amplification fed fear. Restraint dissolves it. Restraint is strength. Strength steadies emotion. Emotion once carried fear. Emotion now carries calm. Calm alters perception. Perception shapes expectation. Expectation guides conduct. Conduct determines outcome. This sequence is now operating in your favor. Men who command imagination do not live in anticipation of disaster. They live in preparation for action. Preparation replaces dread with purpose. Purpose directs effort. Effort applied purposefully reassures the subconscious. Reassurance quiets fear. The future now begins to feel less like a threat and more like a task. Tasks can be approached methodically. Threats demand defense. Defense exhausts. Method sustains. Sustained effort outlasts fear. Fear depends on collapse. You are not collapsing. You are continuing. As imagination continues to serve order, sleep deepens. The mind no longer feeds itself frightening images before rest. Instead, it releases the day without rehearsal of harm. This release allows habit force to continue its work uninterrupted. Habit force supports whatever is repeated calmly. You are repeating calm. Calm will be preserved. This preservation ensures that fear of the distress future does not return easily. Fear cannot regain influence without images. Images cannot persist without attention. Attention is now directed elsewhere. Elsewhere toward sequence. Sequence toward action. Action toward progress. Progress toward confidence. Confidence toward calm authority. Authority dissolves fear. This is not a temporary condition. It is structural. Once imagination is disciplined, it does not easily return to chaos. Order feels better. Calm feels safer. The mind prefers them. Preference guides behavior. Behavior stabilizes identity. Identity governs destiny. The future no longer frightens the man who controls his images. You are learning to do so steadily, and the more steadily you do, the quieter fear becomes until it is no longer heard at all. As imagination comes fully under command, the mind begins to experience a new form of freedom. This freedom is not emptiness, nor is it distraction. It is freedom from intrusion. Thoughts no longer arrive uninvited and remain unchallenged. They appear, are recognized, and pass if they serve no purpose. Purpose governs thought. Thought governed by purpose does not wander. Wandering is the birthplace of fear. When imagination is no longer allowed to wander, fear loses its breeding ground. It cannot form without unexamined pictures. It cannot grow without attention. It cannot persist without repetition. All three are now being withdrawn. Withdrawal is not force. It is discipline. Discipline restores order. Order settles the mind. A settled mind does not invent danger to occupy itself. It finds satisfaction in sequence, in preparation, in steady movement forward. This satisfaction replaces the restless urge to imagine endings. Endings once frightened the mind because they appeared final. Finality implies loss of control. Control returns through continuance. Continuance dissolves fear. The imagination now begins to assist rather than alarm. It offers possibilities of adjustment instead of scenes of collapse. It shows the mind how to proceed rather than what to avoid. This shift changes the emotional tone of the future from threatening to neutral. Neutrality is powerful. Fear cannot thrive in neutrality. Neutrality allows judgment. Judgment directs action. Action produces progress. Progress reassures the subconscious. Reassurance weakens fear. You are now experiencing this reassurance. It does not announce itself loudly. It feels like quiet steadiness, a sense that tomorrow does not require defense, a sense that whatever arrives will be met competently. This sense is not emotion, it is structure. Structure governs behavior even when emotion fluctuates. Fear relied on emotion. You are relying on structure. As structure strengthens, imagination stops magnifying uncertainty. It no longer paints the future larger than it is. It restores proportion. Proportion is the enemy of fear. Fear survives only when imagination exaggerates scale. Scale reduced becomes manageable. Manageable becomes approachable. Approachable invites action. Action dissolves dread. This is why men who plan calmly do not fear tomorrow. They do not know outcomes in advance, but they know steps. Steps are sufficient. Fear demands outcomes. Law operates through steps. You are aligning with law. Others will soon notice this alignment. They will sense that you no longer speculate about what might happen. You speak of what can be done. Your language becomes simpler, more direct. This simplicity is not ignorance. It is clarity. Clarity is confidence. Confidence attracts trust. Trust invites cooperation. Cooperation eases effort. Ease encourages persistence. Persistence outlasts fear. As imagination continues its disciplined work, the mind no longer seeks stimulation through worry. Worry once provided movement in the absence of direction. Direction has now been supplied. The mind prefers direction. Preference guides habit force. Habit force preserves preference. Fear loses its place. The future now feels less like an abstract unknown and more like an extension of present. Conduct. Extension implies continuity. Continuity reassures. Reassurance quiets the impulse to predict disaster. Prediction of disaster was never protection. It was rehearsal. Rehearsal is now constructive. Constructive rehearsal prepares response. Response dissolves fear. The imagination is now rehearsing competence rather than collapse. Each time this rehearsal occurs, the nervous impulse grows calmer. The body learns that it no longer needs to brace itself against thought. This physical calm reinforces mental calm. The cycle is complete. Mind instructs body. Body confirms mind. Fear fades. This fading does not require attention. It happens naturally when imagination is no longer misused. Misuse was unconscious. Discipline is conscious. Conscious use always prevails. You are now using imagination consciously. This use will continue as long as repetition continues. Repetition does not require effort. It requires consistency. Consistency is now forming. From this point forward, fear of the future will not dominate your nights. The images that once fueled it are gone. In their place stand orderly pictures of response, adjustment, and continuation. These pictures instruct habit force. Habit force protects what it is given. Fear will not easily return. And even if it attempts to appear, it will find no images to support it. Without images, fear cannot speak. Without speech, it cannot persuade. Without persuasion, it dissolves. You are learning why disciplined imagination is the master key. The future no longer frightens the man who controls his inner pictures, and you are becoming that man. When imagination is fully reclaimed, the mind no longer seeks excitement through fear. Fear once supplied intensity where direction was absent. Intensity without purpose exhausted the mind and created the illusion of urgency. That illusion has dissolved. What remains is quiet engagement with what is real. Reality does not frighten. Only imagined disorder does. As imagination becomes orderly, the future loses its dramatic edge. It no longer appears as a sudden event waiting to test you. It appears as a continuation of conduct already underway. Continuation feels familiar. Familiarity removes intimidation. Intimidation depends on novelty. Order removes novelty. This change is subtle but decisive. You may find that thoughts of tomorrow no longer demand attention. They pass without insistence. This passing indicates that imagination is no longer feeding them energy. Energy once supplied fear with urgency. Urgency fades without fuel. Fear fades with it. The imagination now performs its proper office. It arranges thought into sequence. It supports planning rather than speculation. It assists judgment rather than undermines it. This assistance strengthens self-command. Self-command is calm power. Power does not hurry. It proceeds. Proceeding steadily removes the impulse to foresee endings. Endings frighten the mind because they suggested finality. Disciplined imagination replaces endings with continuance. There is always a next step, a next adjustment, a next decision. Continuance dissolves finality. Finality fed fear. Fear loses ground. As this condition stabilizes, the future no longer occupies emotional space. It occupies practical space. Practical space invites preparation. Preparation does not excite anxiety. It produces readiness. Readiness quiets fear. The body now responds differently to thoughts of what lies ahead. Where tension once appeared, relaxation now follows. This response is not forced. It is learned. The body has been instructed through repeated calm imagery. Imagery instructs physiology. Physiology reinforces belief. Belief stabilizes identity. Identity governs reaction. Reaction no longer feeds fear. Others will sense this transformation in your presence. You will seem less reactive, less hurried, less burdened by anticipation. They may not understand why you feel easier to speak with, easier to rely upon. What they are sensing is disciplined imagination expressing itself through calm conduct. Calm conduct invites trust. Trust invites cooperation. Cooperation reduces resistance. Resistance once magnified fear. Fear retreats. The imagination now finds satisfaction in building rather than warning. Warning was its former occupation, born of neglect. Building is its rightful role. Building requires patience, order, and repetition. Patience replaces urgency. Order replaces chaos. Repetition replaces anxiety. This replacement is now established. Fear of the future cannot coexist with disciplined imagination, because disciplined imagination supplies the mind with direction. Direction removes the need for alarm. Alarm existed only to fill emptiness. Emptiness has been filled. Filled with sequence. Sequence with purpose. Purpose with action. Action with progress. Progress with confidence. Confidence with calm. Authority. This authority does not boast. It rests. Rest is not withdrawal. It is trust in the system now operating within you. Trust allows release. Release deepens rest. Rest strengthens judgment. Judgment improves response. Response removes fear. You are no longer dependent upon favorable thoughts to feel secure. Security now comes from structure. Structure remains even when emotion fluctuates. Fear once rose when emotion fell. Structure prevents collapse. Collapse fed fear. Fear is losing relevance. The imagination will continue serving you in this manner as long as it is occupied. Occupation does not require constant attention. It requires habit. Habit is now forming. Habit force preserves order. Order endures. This endurance marks the completion of this work. Fear of the future has been removed not by force, but by replacement. Imagination has been given its rightful task. It no longer invents danger. It constructs readiness. Readiness does not fear tomorrow. It meets it. This is the permanent condition you are entering. And with disciplined imagination firmly in place, The future holds no power to disturb you. Fear of the future does not persist because it is reasonable. It persists because it has been practiced. Practice ingrains habit. Habit shapes response. Response becomes character. Character then appears fixed, even though it was formed gradually and unconsciously. What was formed unconsciously can be reshaped consciously. This is the work of habit force. Habit force is neither good nor bad. It simply preserves whatever is repeated with feeling. For years, fear has been rehearsed nightly, quietly, and without resistance. The subconscious accepted these rehearsals as instruction and built response around them. Response followed habit. Habit followed repetition. Repetition followed neglect. Neglect ends here. Most men attempt to defeat fear by argument. They reason with it. They analyze it. They explain it. None of these methods succeed because fear is not intellectual. It is habitual. Habit is never broken by logic alone. It is replaced only by a stronger habit. Replacement is law. Fear must be crowded out. Habit force obeys only what is repeated. You are now repeating something different. Every night the mind falls asleep while entertaining calm expectation. Habit force records that state, every night fear is absent. Its claim weakens. Habit force does not argue. It records. It preserves. It reinforces. Reinforcement creates permanence. Permanence stabilizes identity. Identity governs reaction. Fear once governed reaction. Reaction is changing now. This change does not arrive as excitement. It arrives as neutrality. Neutrality is the first sign that habit force is shifting. Fear thrives on emotion. Neutrality deprives it of fuel. Fuel was supplied through repetition. Repetition is changed. Men often believe that change must feel dramatic to be real. This belief is false. Habit force changes quietly. The most powerful transformations occur without announcement. They reveal themselves later through conduct. Conduct is the evidence. You will notice that decisions come easier. The future does not demand negotiation. You move forward without argument. This ease is not recklessness. It is habit aligned with order. Order repeated becomes natural. Natural behavior requires no effort. Fear once required effort to manage. Fear is no longer being managed. It is being replaced. Habit force now. Associates night with calm rather than vigilance. The subconscious no longer prepares the body for imagined danger. Muscles relax. Breathing deepens. Sleep restores rather than exhausts. Rest supports strength. Strength improves response. Response reinforces confidence. Confidence feeds habit force. Habit force protects confidence. This cycle is now active. Fear of the future once felt inevitable because it had become familiar. Familiarity creates authority. Authority shapes belief. Belief becomes identity. Identity governs destiny. You are interrupting this chain. You are creating a new familiarity. Calm becomes familiar. Order becomes familiar. Readiness becomes familiar. Fear becomes unfamiliar. Unfamiliar. Thoughts lose influence. Influence follows repetition. Each night fear is absent, its voice weakens. Each night calm is present, its authority strengthens. This process does not require attention. It requires consistency. Consistency is the lever of habit force. As consistency builds, the mind no longer reacts when thoughts of tomorrow arise. Reaction once fueled fear. Non-reaction starves it. The mind observes without engagement. Observation is mastery. Mastery is calm power. Power does not fear the future. Fear survives only where habit supports it. Habit is changing now. Others will sense this change in you. They will notice steadiness where anxiety once lived. They may comment on your patience, your composure, your certainty of movement. They will not see effort. They will see ease. Ease is the sign of habit force aligned. Aligned habit force carries men forward even when emotion fluctuates. Emotion no longer dictates behavior. Habit does. Habit trained in calm produces calm action under pressure. Pressure no longer threatens, it activates discipline. Discipline was built through repetition. Repetition has been deliberate. This deliberateness marks the end of unconscious fear. Fear is always unconscious repetition. Once repetition becomes conscious, fear cannot survive. You are now conscious of what you impress upon the mind. This awareness changes everything. From this point forward, fear of the future will not return suddenly. It would require repeated rehearsal. You are no longer rehearsing it. You are rehearsing order, response, and continuance. Habit force preserves what is rehearsed. You are safe in this law. The future no longer approaches a fearful mind. It approaches a disciplined one, and discipline endures. Habit force does not concern itself with truth or falsehood. It preserves only what is impressed upon it consistently. This is why fear once appeared so convincing. It was not convincing because it was accurate. It was convincing because it was familiar. Familiarity creates obedience. Obedience once served fear. It now serves order. The subconscious does not ask whether a thought is helpful. It asks only whether it is repeated. Repetition is its language. Whatever is spoken most often becomes its instruction. You are now speaking calm into it nightly. Calm repeated becomes character. Character governs destiny. This is the mechanism now working silently within you. Men often underestimate the power of small repetitions. They expect change to come from dramatic effort. Habit force ignores drama. It responds to steadiness. A quiet thought repeated nightly outweighs an emotional decision made once. Consistency overrules intensity. You are choosing consistency. Each night you fall asleep without rehearsing fear. You deny habit force its former instruction. Each night you allow calm expectation to occupy the mind. You supply a new command. Habit force records these commands faithfully. Faithful recording produces permanence. Permanence stabilizes behavior. Behavior reveals transformation. You may not feel different immediately. Habit force works beneath awareness. But you will act differently. Action will become simpler. Decisions will require less debate. The future will feel less demanding. Demand once fueled anxiety. Ease replaces it. Ease is not carelessness. It is alignment. Alignment with habit force produces smooth motion. Smooth motion reassures the subconscious that progress is occurring. Progress dissolves fear because fear thrives only where movement stops. Stagnation-fed fear, movement starves it. Habit force now associates tomorrow with manageable continuation rather than threat. This association changes emotional response automatically. Emotion no longer rises when the future is mentioned. Neutrality appears instead. Neutrality is victory. Fear requires emotion. Without emotion, it fades. As neutrality strengthens, confidence appears quietly. This confidence is not excitement. It is steadiness. It expresses itself in posture, tone, and patience. Others will sense it without explanation. Calm confidence invites trust. Trust attracts cooperation. Cooperation eases effort. Effort applied calmly produces better results. Results reinforce belief. Belief strengthens habit force. Habit force protects belief. This cycle now sustains itself. Fear of the future once returned because habit force was never interrupted. Now it has been. Interruption followed by replacement creates permanent change. Fear cannot return without rehearsal. You are no longer rehearsing it. Rehearsal now belongs to order. Order belongs to you. The mind now rests more easily. Sleep deepens because vigilance is no longer required. Vigilance was fear disguised as preparation. Preparation now occurs through discipline, not tension. Tension exhausted you. Discipline restores you. Restoration strengthens response. Response dissolves fear. This restoration is cumulative. Each night adds to it. Each day reflects it. You will notice that uncertainty no longer unsettles you as it once did. It may still exist, but it does not command attention. Command has shifted. You now command. Habit force has accepted new authority. Authority expressed calmly endures. The future no longer feels like something to survive. It feels like something to continue into. Continuation is safe. Continuation is lawful. Continuation dissolves fear. This is the work of habit force completed through discipline rather than struggle. It will continue as long as repetition continues. Repetition is now natural. Fear has lost its place, and habit force will not give it back. Fear of the future cannot survive in the mind of a man who knows who he is. Uncertainty frightens only those whose identity is unsettled. When a man does not yet recognize himself as the source of decision, the future appears as something external, something approaching him with demands. Identity reverses this relationship. The future does not approach the decisive man. The decisive man approaches the future. Most men unknowingly live with borrowed identities. They see themselves as reactors rather than initiators, as responders rather than originators. This borrowed identity leaves them vulnerable to fear because it assumes that life acts first and the man responds second. This assumption is false. Life responds to decision. Decision begins within. When a man claims identity as one who decides, fear loses authority immediately. Fear thrives only where indecision exists. Indecision leaves space for imagination to invent threat. Decision closes that space. Decision is structure. Structure calms the mind. Calm removes fear. Identity is not declared through words alone. It is established through repeated acts of self-command. Each time a man chooses to decide rather than delay, he strengthens his identity. Identity formed this way becomes stable. Stability removes fear of tomorrow. The man who knows himself as a decider does not require reassurance from circumstances. He expects uncertainty. He does not resent it. Uncertainty becomes the field in which decision proves itself. Decision thrives in uncertainty. Fear collapses within it. This is why great leaders appear calm in times that unsettle others. Their calm does not arise from favorable conditions. It arises from settled identity. They do not wait for clarity to move. They create clarity through movement. Movement confirms identity. Identity directs movement. This confirmation loop stabilizes behavior. Fear cannot interrupt it. A man who identifies himself as one who decides no longer asks whether the future will be kind. He asks only what decision must be made next. This question grounds him in the present and removes speculation. Speculation feeds fear. Decision dissolves it. You are now forming this identity. Each night you fall asleep having chosen calm over rehearsal of fear, you reinforce it. Each day you act without excessive negotiation, you strengthen it. Identity is built through consistency, not declaration. Consistency creates belief. Belief stabilizes conduct. Conduct expresses identity. Others will soon perceive this shift. They will notice that you no longer speak as though life is happening to you. Your words reflect ownership. Ownership is felt even when unspoken. Ownership inspires confidence in others. Confidence invites opportunity. Opportunity meets preparedness. Preparedness belongs to identity. Fear once made you feel small before. Tomorrow, identity restores proportion. The future no longer seems larger than you. It appears equal, even subordinate, because you recognize yourself as the one who supplies decision. Decision governs outcome. Outcome no longer intimidates. Identity also removes the fear of making mistakes. The man who sees himself as a decider understands that error is part of authority. Authority is not perfection. It is responsibility. Responsibility empowers. Fear avoids responsibility. You are embracing it. When responsibility is accepted willingly, fear dissolves. There is no longer any need to predict perfectly. Adjustment replaces prediction. Adjustment is strength. Strength does not fear correction. Correction improves method. Method ensures progress. The future now becomes a place to exercise identity rather than test it. You no longer feel as though tomorrow will reveal whether you are capable. You know capability already. Tomorrow merely offers opportunity to express it. Expression builds confidence. Confidence stabilizes identity. Identity removes fear. This identity also changes how you interpret delay. Delay once felt like danger. Now it feels like timing. Timing does not threaten the man who decides. He understands that movement continues even when visible progress pauses. Pause does not equal failure. Fear believed it did. You no longer believe that. The decisive identity does not rush. It proceeds. Proceeding steadily removes urgency. Urgency once pressured you to foresee everything in advance. That pressure is gone. You move now with authority. Authority does not hurry. It acts. As identity settles, the future becomes familiar. Familiarity removes intimidation. The unknown no longer appears hostile. It appears neutral, ready to be shaped by decision. Decision shapes destiny. This understanding ends the old relationship with fear. You are no longer a man waiting to see what will happen. You are a man who makes things happen. Fear cannot exist in that identity, and that identity is now taking root. Fear of the future cannot dwell in a mind governed by faith, rightly understood. Faith is not blind belief, nor is it emotional hope. Faith is a disciplined expectation grounded in law. It is the calm conviction that causes set in motion will produce their effects even when the manner and timing remain unseen. Faith removes haste. Haste feeds fear. Most men misunderstand faith because they associate it with feeling. Feeling fluctuates. Faith endures. Faith does not require enthusiasm. It requires alignment. Alignment with law produces confidence that does not depend on circumstance. Circumstance changes. Law does not. When a man practices faith as expectation rather than emotion, fear loses its hold. Fear thrives where expectation is divided. Divided expectation imagines both success and failure. Faith chooses direction and refuses to entertain alternatives. Alternatives weaken resolve. Resolve steadies the mind. Steadiness dissolves fear. Faith begins as a decision. A man decides what he will expect from life based on the causes he supplies. He does not wait for reassurance. He supplies belief first. This belief is not fantasy. It is instruction given to the subconscious. Instruction repeated becomes conviction. Conviction governs conduct. Conduct shapes result. Fear interrupts this chain only when belief wavers. You are learning not to waver. When faith is practiced nightly, especially as the mind drifts into sleep, it becomes habitual. Habitual faith is not dramatic. It feels natural. It expresses itself as quiet assurance that tomorrow will respond appropriately to today's effort. Effort guided by faith is steady. Steady effort compounds. Compounding dissolves doubt. Doubt fed fear. Faith replaces to it. Men who operate from faith do not fear delay. Delay does not contradict faith. It confirms process. Process unfolds in sequence. Faith trusts sequence. Fear demands immediacy. Immediacy is impatience. Patience is power. Faith supplies patience. This patience removes anxiety about timing. The future no longer feels late or threatening. It feels orderly. Order reassures the subconscious that no sudden catastrophe is required to justify vigilance. Vigilance fades. Rest returns. Rest restores strength. Strength supports persistence. Persistence validates faith. This validation deepens belief. Fear cannot survive in this environment. Faith also alters how adversity is interpreted. Adversity no longer appears as warning of failure. It appears as signal for adjustment. Adjustment does not threaten faith. It refines it. Refinement strengthens conviction. Conviction stabilizes identity. Identity no longer fears tomorrow. You are now cultivating this faith deliberately. Each night you refuse to imagine defeat. you strengthen it. Each morning, you act without waiting for reassurance. You confirm it. Faith grows through action aligned with expectation. Expectation directs attention. Attention shapes experience. Experience reinforces belief. Belief deepens faith. This cycle is now active. Others will sense this. Faith even when you do not speak of it. They will notice calm where anxiety once appeared. They will feel steadiness in your presence. This is not charisma. It is conviction quietly expressed. Quiet conviction inspires trust. Trust attracts cooperation. Cooperation eases progress. Progress reinforces faith. Fear retreats further. Faith does not promise ease. It promises order. Order is enough. When life is understood as orderly, fear has no justification. Fear requires chaos. Faith reveals sequence. Sequence replaces confusion. Confusion fed fear. Faith dissolves confusion. The future now appears less like a test of survival and more like an unfolding opportunity to apply faith repeatedly. Application strengthens belief. Belief stabilizes conduct. Conduct aligned with faith does not tremble. It continues. As this faith matures, the mind no longer searches for signs. It supplies causes and waits calmly for effects. Waiting does not feel empty. It feels expectant. Expectation without anxiety is faith. Anxiety belongs to fear. Fear no longer governs. The body responds to faith as it once responded to fear. Where tension once arose, relaxation now appears. The nervous system recognizes expectation rather than threat. Threat required defense. Faith allows openness. Openness restores clarity. Clarity improves judgment. Judgment directs action. Action fulfills. Faith. This fulfillment reinforces identity. Identity rooted in faith does not fear the future, it welcomes it. You are now learning to sleep with expectation rather than worry. Expectation instructs the subconscious to prepare for opportunity instead of danger. Preparation replaces vigilance. Vigilance exhausted you. Faith restores you. From this point forward, fear of the future will not command your nights. Faith will occupy that space. Faith practiced consistently becomes unshakable. Unshakable faith does not argue with fear. Fear simply disappears. And as faith settles fully into habit, the future no longer intimidates you. It responds. Fear of the future cannot persist in a mind that controls its attention. Attention is the gate through which all thought must pass. Whatever occupies attention impresses itself upon the subconscious. When attention is scattered, fear enters unnoticed. When attention is governed, fear finds no entrance. Attention determines experience. Experience shapes belief. Belief governs destiny. Most men allow attention to drift without command. It wanders from memory to possibility, from rumor to imagination, from fear to speculation. This wandering creates confusion. Confusion magnifies uncertainty. Uncertainty invites fear. Orderly attention dissolves confusion. Order restores calm. Controlled attention begins with selection. A man chooses deliberately what he will dwell upon. He does not attempt to think of everything. He thinks of one thing at a time, fully, accurately, and without distortion. Distortion feeds fear. Accuracy dissolves it. Fear thrives on exaggeration. It enlarges risk, shortens perspective, and ignores proportion. Accurate thinking restores proportion. It asks what is real, what is imagined, and what is within control. These questions alone dismantle fear. Fear avoids examination. Accuracy demands it. When attention is directed accurately, the future no longer appears as a single looming mass. It becomes a series of present moments. Each present moment is manageable. Fear dissolves when tomorrow is broken into todays. Todays can be handled. Tomorrows intimidate only when imagined as wholes. This practice of accurate thinking requires discipline. Discipline is not force. It is habit. Each time attention is returned gently but firmly to what is real and actionable, discipline strengthens. Strengthened discipline governs imagination. Governed imagination no longer invents threats. Men who practice controlled attention do not argue with fear. They deprive it of fuel. Fear cannot survive where attention refuses to dwell on it. Dwell time is fear's nourishment. Withdrawal starves it. You are now withdrawing attention from speculation. Speculation once felt productive. It was not. It exhausted the mind without producing clarity. Accurate thinking produces clarity without strain. Clarity calms the nervous impulse. Calm improves judgment. Judgment directs effort. Effort produces progress. Progress reassures the subconscious. Reassurance dissolves fear. Others will notice this clarity in your speech and manner. You will speak less about what might happen and more about what can be done. This shift alters how others respond to you. They trust your judgment because it is not clouded by fear. Trust invites cooperation. Cooperation eases progress. Ease reinforces calm. Controlled attention also prevents the mind from borrowing trouble from imagined futures. Trouble borrowed in advance weakens present action. Accurate thinking keeps attention anchored in the present. The present is always sufficient. Fear cannot survive insufficiency. Each time the mind drifts toward distant outcomes, attention is gently returned to immediate cause. Cause is controllable. Outcome is not. Attention placed on cause produces confidence. Confidence replaces anxiety. Anxiety fed fear. Fear loses ground. As this practice continues, the mind becomes economical. It no longer wastes strength on imagined danger. Strength conserved becomes available for constructive action. Constructive action confirms capability. Capability stabilizes identity. Identity removes fear of the future. This stability does not require constant vigilance. Habit force supports it. Attention returns to accuracy automatically. Fear appears briefly, if at all, and is dismissed without struggle. Dismissal is mastery. Mastery is calm power. Power does not fear tomorrow. The future now appears less demanding because attention is no longer scattered across imagined possibilities. It is focused upon sequence, upon preparation, upon the next correct step. The next step is always visible. Fear imagined the whole journey. Controlled attention reveals the path. As this control strengthens, sleep deepens. The mind no longer wanders aimlessly at night. It rests in order. Order restores strength. Strength prepares response. Response dissolves fear. You are now living with attention governed rather than distracted. This governance is the end of fear's influence. Fear cannot command attention. It must be invited. You are no longer inviting it. From this point forward, fear of the future will not dominate your thoughts. Attention has been reclaimed. Accurate thinking has replaced exaggeration. And with controlled attention firmly in place, the future no longer intimidates. It simply awaits your direction. Fear of the future takes its deepest root in the belief that one might not endure. Men fear tomorrow not because it is unknown, but because they doubt their willingness to persist if difficulty appears. When persistence is uncertain, the future appears dangerous. When persistence is assured, fear loses its meaning. Persistence is the great stabilizer. It assures the mind of continuity. A man who knows he will not quit does not fear what lies ahead. He may acknowledge hardship, delay, and resistance, but he does not fear them. Fear requires the possibility of abandonment of effort, of purpose, or of self-command. You are removing that possibility. Persistence is not stubbornness. It is loyalty to intention. It is the quiet decision to continue, regardless of mood, condition, or immediate reward. This decision, once made and practiced, calms the mind more than any prediction ever could. Prediction fails, persistence endures. Men often believe fear arises from uncertainty of outcome. In truth, it arises from uncertainty of effort. When a man secretly doubts whether he will continue under pressure, the future becomes threatening. When he knows he will continue, the future loses its power. You are building that knowledge now. Each time you persist in thought, in calm, in order, despite temptation to rehearse fear, you strengthen this certainty. Habit force records persistence just as faithfully as it once recorded fear. What is recorded becomes character. Character governs response. Response dissolves fear. Persistence assures the subconscious that no condition can interrupt progress permanently. Interruption may occur, but abandonment will not. This assurance removes panic. Panic exists only where collapse is imagined. You are no longer imagining collapse. Persistence also removes fear of delay. Delay once felt dangerous because it threatened momentum. Persistence reveals delay as part of sequence. Sequence does not frighten the persistent man. He expects it. Expectation removes surprise. Surprise fed fear. Fear loses ground. The future now appears less urgent because persistence guarantees return to action. You do not need to rush. You will continue. You do not need to solve everything now. You will persist. This knowledge produces deep calm. Calm restores strength. Strength supports judgment. Judgment directs effort. Effort sustained by persistence produces result. Result reinforces belief. Belief stabilizes identity. Identity no longer fears tomorrow. Others will sense this persistence in you. They will feel reliability. They will trust that you will continue even when conditions shift. This trust arises not from words, but from consistency of conduct. Consistency is persistence made visible. Visibility inspires confidence. Confidence attracts opportunity. Opportunity met persistently produces growth. Growth reinforces courage. Fear cannot survive where courage is patient. Persistent men do not demand reassurance from life. They supply reassurance to themselves through continued effort. This self-supplied reassurance is stronger than any external promise. External promises fail. Internal commitment endures. You are strengthening this commitment nightly. As persistence becomes identity, the future no longer threatens abandonment. You know you will meet it, step by step, regardless of difficulty. This knowledge removes dread. Dread depends on imagined quitting. Quitting is no longer imagined. Persistence also reshapes how setbacks are perceived. Setbacks do not announce defeat. They signal adjustment. Adjustment does not weaken persistence. It refines it. Refinement strengthens method. Method improves outcome. Outcome reinforces persistence. Persistence feeds confidence. Confidence dissolves fear. This cycle is now active. The future no longer feels like a test you might fail. It feels like a path you will walk regardless of terrain. Terrain no longer frightens the man who knows he will continue walking. Walking assures progress. Progress assures purpose. Purpose stabilizes identity. Identity removes fear. You are now resting in this assurance. The mind no longer asks, "What if I cannot endure?" It knows the answer. You will endure. Endurance does not require strain. It requires decision. The decision has been made. From this point forward, fear of the future will find no purchase. Persistence has closed the door. Habit force has sealed it. You are no longer preparing to face tomorrow. You are prepared to continue. And continuation dissolves fear. Fear of the future disappears completely when a man accepts full responsibility for the direction of his life. Partial responsibility leaves room for fear. Full responsibility removes it. When a man knows that his thoughts, decisions, and persistence shape his destiny, he no longer fears what is to come. Responsibility restores power. Power removes fear. Most men fear tomorrow because they believe something outside themselves will determine it. They imagine forces acting upon them without consent. This belief produces helplessness. Helplessness is the true source of fear. You are dissolving helplessness now. Acceptance of responsibility does not mean blame. It means authority. Authority over thought. Authority over decision. Authority over response. Response is always within reach. When a man knows this, the future no longer intimidates him. Intimidation requires surrender. You are no longer surrendering. A man who accepts responsibility does not ask whether tomorrow will be favorable. He asks how he will meet it. This shift ends anxiety. Anxiety belongs to those who wait to be acted upon. Authority belongs to those who act. Action restores dignity. Dignity steadies the mind. Steady minds do not fear the future. Responsibility also removes fear of error. Error does not threaten the responsible man. He expects it, he adjusts. Adjustment is proof of intelligence. Fear resists error because it mistakes it for failure. Failure is not error. Failure is abandonment. You have ended abandonment. When responsibility is complete, the future becomes neutral territory. It no longer carries judgment. It carries opportunity. Opportunity is not frightening. It is inviting. Invitation replaces threat. Threat fed fear. Fear dissolves. You now understand that the future is not something to be predicted, but something to be produced. Production requires causes. You are supplying them daily. Thought, decision, persistence. These are sufficient. Sufficiency calms the mind. Calm restores clarity. Clarity directs effort. Effort shapes outcome. Outcome reinforces belief. Belief stabilizes identity. Identity no longer fears tomorrow. Others will sense this authority in you. They will feel your composure. They will observe your certainty of movement. You will no longer speak as one seeking permission from life. You will speak as one issuing direction. Direction invites alignment. Alignment multiplies strength. Strength removes fear. As responsibility settles into habit, sleep becomes deep and undisturbed. The mind no longer scans for danger. It rests, knowing that whatever arises will be met competently. This rest restores vitality. Vitality supports action. Action confirms authority. Authority dissolves fear. You are no longer concerned with whether the future will be kind. Kindness is irrelevant. Law responds to cause. You are supplying cause deliberately. Deliberate cause produces predictable effect. Predictability calms the nervous impulse. Fear loses its last refuge. The future now feels close, familiar, and responsive. It does not loom. It awaits. Awaiting does not threaten. It invites participation. Participation is power. Power does not fear tomorrow. This is the completed state. Fear of the future has been removed, not denied, not suppressed, but replaced. Replaced by law. Replaced by discipline. Replaced by identity. Replaced by faith, practiced daily. Replaced by persistence assured. Replaced by responsibility accepted. Nothing remains for fear to attach itself to. Rest now in this mastery. Sleep knowing that tomorrow answers to the man you have become. And the man you have become does not fear the future. You have lived too many days with hesitation in your chest, too many mornings waking with a mind already bracing for doubt. And yet, tonight, something different is being offered to you. Tonight, while you sleep, confidence will be installed so deeply into your subconscious that fear will have nothing left to hold on to. You may not realize how often doubt has stolen from you. It has talked you out of opportunities, silenced your voice, weakened your posture, and convinced you that smaller steps were safer. But this version of you, the hesitant version, is not permanent. It is only practiced, and anything practiced can be unpracticed. Confidence is not a trait. It is a decision repeated until the mind accepts it as identity. And identity is built most powerfully in the hours when the conscious mind sleeps. That is why these 5 hours matter. While you rest, your subconscious will be learning how to see you as unstoppable. Pause and think about your day. How many moments were shaped not by who you truly are, but by who you believed yourself to be? The way you introduced yourself, the chances you did not take, the ideas you kept quiet, the opportunities you let pass because doubt whispered, "Not you, not yet." Confidence would have changed every one of those moments. Imagine waking tomorrow with a different tone in your chest, not fear, not tension, but a steady inner authority. Imagine speaking and hearing your own voice sound stronger. Imagine moving through your day with the calm certainty of someone who knows he can handle whatever arises. That is the man you become when confidence is installed at the subconscious level. But before we build this new identity, we must understand the enemy. Doubt thrives in silence. It grows in the unspoken corners of your mind. It waits for moments of fatigue, stress, or uncertainty to whisper its lies. You're not ready. You'll embarrass yourself. You don't have what others have. These lies have shaped your actions more than truth has. Tonight, those lies lose their authority. Confidence is not loud. It is not arrogance. It is not reckless energy. True confidence is quiet, steady, unmoved. It is the internal knowing that no matter the challenge, the man facing it is enough. Confidence turns fear into clarity. It turns hesitation into direction. It turns obstacles into stepping stones. And confidence can be installed. Let me show you a simple image. You are standing in front of a mirror tomorrow morning. You look into your own eyes, expecting to see the same uncertainty you've seen for years. But instead, something else looks back, a deeper presence, a stronger posture, a steadier gaze. You feel it instantly. Something is different. Something in you has risen. This is the result of subconscious conditioning. The conscious mind argues. It doubts. It analyzes. But the subconscious obeys emotion, repetition, and identity. When it accepts that you are confident, your behavior aligns automatically. You begin acting like the man you have always wanted to be, not by force, but by nature. Confidence becomes your default. But I must warn you, confidence cannot be installed if you drift through these hours casually. You must listen with openness. You must allow the words to sink beyond your thinking mind and take root where your identity lives. Let the sentences reach the places fear has been hiding. Let them push out the hesitation that has held you back for too long. Consider how many people treat confidence as something they must earn through achievement. They believe confidence comes after success. But in truth, success comes after confidence. A man must believe in himself before the world permits him to rise. Confidence is the permission slip for achievement. Tonight you will hand yourself that permission slip. Think of every choice that required courage but met hesitation instead. A conversation you avoided. A dream you delayed. A risk you never took. What might your life look like had you been confident in those moments? What doors would have opened? What paths would have revealed themselves? Confidence creates possibilities where fear once created limits, and those possibilities are waiting for you. As you drift towards sleep, your subconscious becomes receptive like fertile soil waiting for new seed. Tonight, the seeds planted will be confidence, courage, and certainty. You will hear phrases that shape the way you see yourself. You will absorb beliefs that strengthen your will. You will release attachments to past versions of yourself. You are not who doubt says you are. You are who you decide to rehearse. Picture another future moment. You walk into a room where you once felt small, but instead of shrinking, you stand taller. Your shoulders relax, your breath deepens, your voice becomes stable. People respond to you differently, not because they changed, but because your presence did. Confidence changes your presence, and presence changes your outcomes. Let me tell you a truth most men never learn. Confidence is not built by waiting for fear to disappear. Confidence is built by training your mind to act despite fear. Fear only controls the man who believes it. Confidence controls the man who believes in himself. Tonight, you shift from one to the other. Your mind will soon enter a state where doubt cannot defend itself. The subconscious accepts new beliefs quickly in this state. This is where transformation happens, not when you are awake and tense, but when you are relaxed, drifting, open. Let your body soften. Let your breath slow. Let your mind release the tightness it carried all day. You are entering the realm where identity changes effortlessly. As these next hours unfold, you will be guided into a mindset where confidence becomes natural. You will begin to see yourself differently. You will begin to expect more from yourself. You will begin to treat fear as a signal not to stop, but to move forward with intention. Fear loses power when confidence rises. By the time you wake, doubt will no longer speak as loudly. Its voice will sound smaller, weaker, less convincing, and confidence will sound clearer. You will feel it in the way you stand, walk, speak, decide. Confidence will become your new baseline. Tonight, as you sleep, you are not merely resting, you are rebuilding. You are releasing the old identity that kept your life small. You are welcoming the identity of a man who acts, who speaks boldly, who moves toward opportunity instead of away from it. Sleep now. Let the conditioning begin. Let confidence install itself as the core of who you are. And when morning comes, rise fearless. I have observed men for more than half a century, and I say this without hesitation. Confidence is not a gift bestowed upon the fortunate, nor is it a quality reserved for those born into advantage. Confidence is a condition of the mind, cultivated through habitual thought, disciplined expectation, and unwavering self-trust. Wherever confidence appears, achievement soon follows, as naturally as harvest follows seed time. Most men misunderstand confidence because they look for it in outward display. They mistake loud speech for certainty and restless motion for strength. Yet the most confident men I have ever studied were not noisy. They were composed. They did not announce their worth. They expected it to be recognized. Confidence, in its pure form, is quiet. It does not argue. It does not plead. It simply is. Hesitation, on the other hand, is never quiet. It hums beneath the surface of thought, draining vitality, bending posture, weakening resolve. I have seen brilliant men talk themselves out of opportunity, not because they lacked ability, but because they doubted their right to act. Doubt steals more from men than failure ever could, because doubt prevents action before failure has a chance to instruct. You must understand this clearly. The version of you that hesitates is not permanent. It is practiced. You did not inherit hesitation. You rehearsed it. And anything rehearsed can be replaced by a stronger habit if the mind is given new instruction and allowed to accept it as truth. Confidence is not an emotion that appears at random. It is the result of inner agreement. When a man agrees with himself, when his thoughts, decisions, and expectations move in the same direction, confidence becomes inevitable. But when a man argues inwardly, when one part urges action and another demands retreat, confidence dissolves into uncertainty. I have known men of modest education who inspired immediate trust wherever they went. Others, though richly schooled, failed to command attention. The difference was never knowledge alone. It was certainty. People respond instinctively to certainty. They sense it before a word is spoken. They yield to it not by reason, but by recognition. Observe carefully how confident men are treated by others. Their words are listened to without interruption. Their requests are met without suspicion. Their presence settles rooms previously restless. This is not chance. It is the natural response to inner authority. Confidence broadcasts itself without effort, just as fear announces itself without permission. Many men believe confidence comes after success. This belief has ruined more lives than poverty. Confidence must come first. Success does not grant confidence. Confidence invites success. Until a man believes in himself, the world withholds its cooperation. Once he believes, circumstances rearrange themselves in his favor with remarkable speed. I wish you to consider how many opportunities have passed you not because you were unqualified, but because you questioned your readiness. How many conversations did you soften? How many ambitions did you delay? How many doors did you leave unopened? Because doubt whispered caution where confidence should have commanded action. Doubt always speaks in reasonable tones. It disguises itself as prudence. It urges delay, preparation, waiting for a better moment. Yet the confident man understands that readiness is born of decision, not delay. He acts first, and confidence rises to meet him. The mind does not distinguish between truth and repetition. Whatever it hears most often, it accepts as fact. For this reason, men who speak doubt inwardly grow timid, and men who speak strength inwardly grow bold. The subconscious mind obeys instruction without debate. It shapes behavior according to the identity it is given. You have spoken to yourself every day of your life. The only question is what you have been saying. If you have repeated hesitation, your mind has accepted hesitation as identity. If you have repeated self-trust, your mind would have shaped you into a confident man long ago. Confidence is installed through repetition, but not repetition alone. It must be accompanied by feeling. The subconscious responds to emotion more quickly than reason. When confidence is spoken with calm certainty, when it is felt in the body as steadiness rather than excitement, it takes root deeply and resists dislodgement. There was once a young man of ordinary appearance who entered a place where experienced men gathered. He did not speak at once. He listened. When he finally spoke, his words were few, but his tone carried conviction. The room quieted. Men who had been speaking freely turned toward him. Within a year, he led those same men not because he forced them, but because they trusted him. What they trusted was not his experience alone. They trusted his self-trust. Confidence alters posture before it alters fortune. The shoulders relax, the breath deepens, the voice steadies. These changes occur without conscious effort once the mind has accepted confidence as its natural state. When a man no longer questions his worth, his body stops signaling uncertainty. This is why confidence cannot be feigned for long. Pretense exhausts. Genuine confidence conserves energy. It allows a man to move through challenge without strain because his mind no longer debates his ability to endure. I have studied men who failed repeatedly yet remained confident. They learned faster, rose higher, and endured longer than men who succeeded early but doubted themselves. Failure does not destroy confidence. Indecision does. The man who decides firmly and persists grows stronger with each step, regardless of immediate result. Confidence is not arrogance. Arrogance is loud insecurity seeking validation. Confidence seeks nothing. It assumes sufficiency. It permits others to be themselves without threat. For this reason, confident men inspire loyalty rather than resistance. There is a moral obligation attached to confidence. A man who doubts himself wastes the abilities entrusted to him. He deprives others of the service he could render. Confidence is not selfish. It is responsible. The world advances through men who trust themselves enough to act. Your mind is most receptive when it is relaxed, when resistance is low and attention drifts inward. In these hours, identity is shaped with little effort. This is why repetition before sleep is so powerful. The conscious mind rests, and the subconscious accepts instruction without argument. As you listen now, your mind is learning how to regard you. Each calm assertion of confidence becomes a command. Each image of steady action becomes expectation. You are not forcing belief. You are allowing belief to form naturally. Confidence does not eliminate fear. It renders fear irrelevant. The confident man feels fear as information, not instruction. He proceeds with clarity rather than retreating into analysis. I want you to understand this deeply. The world does not require perfection from you. It requires decision. Once you decide who you are and how you will act, confidence follows as surely as shadow follows form. Men who achieve greatness are not those who wait for certainty. They are those who become certain through action. Confidence is strengthened by movement, weakened by delay. You may have believed that others possessed something you lacked. This belief was false. They practiced self-trust longer, that is all. They repeated belief where others repeated doubt. Tonight, you begin a different rehearsal. As these thoughts settle into your mind, let them replace the old inner conversation. Let self-trust become familiar. Let certainty feel natural. You do not need to struggle for confidence. You need only permit your mind to accept it as truth. Confidence grows wherever it is expected. You are learning now to expect strength from yourself. This expectation will soon express itself in your actions without conscious effort. You will speak more directly. You will decide more quickly. You will stand more firmly. Others will notice before you do. They will sense steadiness where uncertainty once appeared. They will respond with trust where hesitation once invited doubt. They will follow your lead without being asked. This is not magic, it is law. You are not becoming someone else. You are returning to the self that acts without apology. As you continue listening, allow this understanding to settle deeply. Confidence is not something you seek, it is something you permit. And once permitted, it remains. I have learned through long observation that doubt is not born in the mind, it is taught to the mind. No child begins life fearing his own ability. Doubt is acquired through repeated suggestion, through careless words spoken inwardly, and through habits of delay that weaken self-trust. Confidence disappears only when it is replaced by another instruction. The mind is obedient by nature. It accepts direction wherever direction is given consistently. When a man repeatedly entertains thoughts of limitation, the mind obeys by restricting action. When he entertains thoughts of strength, the mind responds by supplying courage. The mind does not judge the command, it executes it. Most men believe doubt is a natural safeguard. They imagine it protects them from embarrassment or error. In truth, doubt protects nothing. It robs initiative and invites stagnation. Fear never saved a man from defeat. It only saved him from effort. You must understand this clearly. Doubt survives only because it is rehearsed. It is spoken inwardly so often that the mind accepts it as truth. But doubt has no authority of its own. It borrows its power from repetition. Remove repetition, and doubt withers. The subconscious mind governs habit, feeling, and identity. It responds more readily to what is repeated with emotion than to what is reasoned once with effort. This is why men who feel confident, even briefly, often outperform men who merely think they should be. Confidence is not impressed upon the mind by argument. It is impressed by calm assertion, spoken repeatedly until the mind ceases to resist. The subconscious hears tone more than meaning. When strength is spoken quietly and firmly, it accepts strength as fact. I have seen men transformed not by new opportunity, but by new inner instruction. A man who alters the way he speaks to himself alters the way the world responds to him. His voice steadies, his actions align. His decisions carry weight. There was once a salesman who believed himself inferior among competitors. He rehearsed this belief daily without realizing it. His sales reflected his inner opinion. When he changed nothing outwardly but altered his inner instruction, repeating strength nightly, his results doubled within months. Nothing else had changed. His territory was the same. His goods were the same. Only his self-command had shifted. This illustrates a principle of profound importance. The mind moves toward what it is instructed to expect. If it expects rejection, it prepares retreat. If it expects success, it prepares advance. Many men attempt to fight doubt. This is unnecessary and ineffective. Doubt feeds on attention. Confidence grows through replacement. When you speak strength, doubt loses space to operate. Repetition is the law through which identity is shaped. Every habit, whether useful or destructive, was born through repetition. Confidence is no exception. It must be rehearsed until it feels familiar, then rehearsed further until it feels inevitable. Night hours are especially powerful for this purpose. When the body rests, the mind loosens its guard. Ideas pass inward without resistance. This is when self-instruction sinks deepest and shapes behavior most thoroughly. As you listen now, your mind is receiving instruction without strain. There is no need to force belief. The subconscious accepts what is calmly repeated with assurance. Consider how often you have repeated doubt without intention. How many times have you inwardly said, "I am not ready," or "This is beyond me," or "Others are more capable"? Each time you spoke these words, your mind obeyed. Now you reverse the process. Confidence must be spoken as identity, not as hope. The mind responds to statements of being more readily than statements of desire. When you say, "I am steady," the mind arranges behavior to match steadiness. When you say, I trust myself. The mind aligns action with trust. I have observed leaders who spoke little but thought firmly. Their authority came not from force but from inner agreement. They were not divided within themselves. Their thoughts moved in one direction. This unity produced confidence. Division within the mind produces weakness. Agreement within the mind produces power. When you instruct your mind nightly, you are unifying its forces. You are removing internal conflict. Confidence emerges naturally when the mind no longer debates its own worth. It is important to note that confidence does not require proof in advance. Proof follows confidence, not the reverse. The mind accepts identity first, then gathers evidence to support it. This explains why confident men appear fortunate. They are not favored by chance. They are favored by expectation. Their minds look for opportunity and recognize it quickly. Others overlook it entirely. Autosuggestion, though often misunderstood, is nothing more than deliberate inner speech. Every man practices it unconsciously. The only difference between the confident and the hesitant man is content. One tells himself, I will manage whatever arises. The other tells himself, I hope I am not exposed. The mind obeys both. Confidence is strengthened not by excitement, but by calm repetition. Speak to your mind as one would instruct a trusted servant, clearly, firmly, without emotion or apology. The subconscious respects authority. I have studied men who rose from obscurity not because they were exceptional at the beginning, but because they spoke to themselves as men who would endure. They refused to rehearse failure. They did not dwell on error. They corrected course and persisted. Persistence itself is a form of confidence. It is the refusal to withdraw belief from oneself. When confidence takes root, behavior changes subtly but decisively. The man speaks when he would have remained silent. He steps forward where he once hesitated. These actions reinforce belief, creating a cycle of strengthening assurance. The world responds to this cycle quickly. Men trust those who trust themselves. Opportunities flow toward certainty. There is no need to exaggerate your abilities. Confidence does not require embellishment. It requires acceptance. Accept your capacity to learn, to adapt, to persist. That alone is sufficient. The subconscious does not demand perfection. It demands consistency. Speak strength consistently, and the mind will organize itself accordingly. As you rest and listen, allow these instructions to repeat quietly within you. Let them replace the old inner speech. You are not erasing the past. You are installing a stronger present. Confidence is becoming familiar. Doubt is losing repetition. Your mind is aligning with steadiness, certainty, and self-trust. This process requires no strain. It unfolds naturally as repetition continues. The more calmly you accept confidence, the more firmly it settles. You are instructing your mind now, and your mind is listening. There is no greater destroyer of confidence than indecision. I have examined thousands of lives that failed to rise, and I say this with certainty. They did not fail because they lacked intelligence, opportunity, or strength. They failed because they delayed. They postponed action until courage dissolved into doubt and doubt hardened into habit. Decision is the backbone of confidence. The moment a man decides firmly, his mind aligns itself behind that decision. Energy gathers. Doubt retreats. Action becomes easier, not harder. But when a man hesitates, his mind divides. One part urges movement, another urges retreat. Confidence cannot exist where the mind argues with itself. Indecision exhausts the will. It drains vitality more completely than hard labor. A man who labors with decision sleeps well. A man who hesitates rests poorly. His thoughts wander. His energy scatters. His confidence leaks away unnoticed. I have known men who chose wrongly and recovered quickly, and others who chose nothing and never recovered at all. Wrong decisions instruct. No decision destroys initiative. The mind forgives error more easily than it forgives retreat. When a man decides, he places himself in motion, Motion creates momentum, and momentum breeds confidence. Even imperfect action strengthens belief because it affirms self-trust. The mind concludes, I act, I endure, I adjust. Confidence grows from this conclusion. Those who wait for certainty before acting will wait a lifetime. Certainty is born of movement, not contemplation. The confident man understands this law instinctively. He decides with the best information available and commits fully. He does not revisit the decision in weakness. There was once a young man who entered an industry crowded with experienced competitors. He lacked knowledge, resources, and favor. But he possessed one quality others lacked: finality of decision. Once he chose a course, he pursued it without retreat. Within a few years, men twice his age sought his counsel. Others perceived him as confident, not because he was always correct, but because he never wavered. Confidence announces itself through firmness. The voice steadies when the mind has concluded its debate. The body relaxes when uncertainty ends. The man who decides speaks differently. He does not test his words. He delivers them. I have observed leaders who inspired obedience simply by the way they decided. Their followers trusted them because they trusted themselves. People will forgive many errors in a leader, but they will not forgive indecision. Hesitation invites doubt from others. Firmness invites cooperation. Many men fear decision because they fear criticism. Yet criticism is unavoidable. The man who hesitates is criticized for weakness. The man who decides is criticized for boldness. Only one of these builds confidence. Decision is a declaration of identity. When you decide, you announce to your mind who you are. Repeated decisions form character. Character forms destiny. Indecision keeps a man in rehearsal. Decision places him on the stage of life. I want you to observe carefully how decisive men are treated. They are assumed competent. Their instructions are followed. Their presence commands attention. This response is instinctive. People yield to firmness because firmness suggests strength. Confidence is not loud resolve. It is quiet finality. The mind is relieved when decision is made. It no longer wastes energy weighing alternatives endlessly. Once the path is chosen, energy flows forward. Confidence rises as resistance falls. I have known men who struggled for years, uncertain of their direction, whose lives changed within weeks after one firm decision. Nothing else altered. Their circumstances remained the same, only their inner posture shifted. Decision clarifies thought, it sharpens perception. Opportunities that were once invisible appear suddenly when the mind commits to a course. This is why indecision is so dangerous. It blinds the mind. The man who waits sees nothing because he expects nothing. The man who decides sees much because he anticipates progress. Confidence grows each time a man keeps his word to himself. Every broken promise weakens self-trust. Every honored decision strengthens it. Over time, the mind learns whether it can rely on its own commands. The confident man is not reckless. He is resolved. He does not rush blindly. He chooses deliberately, then proceeds without retreat. I must emphasize this truth. Confidence does not require flawless judgment. It requires loyalty to decision. The mind grows strong when it knows it will not be abandoned mid-course. Men who lack confidence often abandon themselves at the first sign of difficulty. Their minds learn betrayal. Confidence cannot survive self-betrayal. When you decide and persist, even in discomfort, your mind records strength. This record becomes identity. There was once a statesman faced with overwhelming opposition. Advisors urged delay. Critics predicted failure. He decided anyway. His firmness unified supporters and disarmed doubters. History remembers him not for the absence of fear, but for the presence of decision. Confidence is born the moment a man refuses to retreat from himself. You must practice decision deliberately. Begin with small matters. Decide promptly, carry the decision through. Teach your mind that your commands are final. Do not argue with yourself after deciding. Argument reopens doubt. Once decided, move forward calmly. Each firm decision deepens confidence. Each retreat weakens it. I have studied men who cultivated confidence by deciding swiftly on ordinary matters, what to do, when to act, how to proceed. Over time, this habit hardened into character. When great decisions arose, they were prepared. Confidence is not summoned in crisis. It is trained beforehand. As you listen now, your mind is absorbing this law. Decision is becoming associated with relief, not fear. Firmness is becoming associated with calm, not strain. You are learning to trust your capacity to choose and adjust. Fear loses power when decision appears. Doubt has no voice once the mind has concluded. Confidence grows where decision is honored. Say inwardly, calmly, and without force, I decide and I stand. I trust my judgment. I move forward without retreat. Let these statements settle without resistance. You are not required to be perfect. You are required to be firm. Confidence is taking root as your mind accepts this truth. Decision is becoming natural. Hesitation is loosening its hold. You are training yourself now quietly and effectively, and your mind is responding. Confidence, once accepted by the mind, does not remain hidden. It expresses itself through presence before it ever speaks through words. A man may say little, yet be felt deeply. This influence is not mysterious. It is the natural outward expression of inward agreement. When the mind is settled, the body follows without instruction. I have observed that the most commanding men do not strain to command. They are composed. Their movements are unhurried. Their gestures are economical. They do not rush to explain themselves. Others sense this composure and respond with attention. Confidence alters the atmosphere long before conversation begins. The body is an obedient servant of the mind. When doubt governs thought, the body tightens, the shoulders rise, the breath shortens, the eyes wander. When confidence governs thought, the body relaxes, the spine straightens naturally. The breath deepens, the gaze steadies. These changes occur without conscious effort. Many men attempt to correct posture and speech without correcting thought. This effort fails because it treats effect as cause. Presence is not manufactured, it is revealed. When the mind accepts confidence, the body announces it honestly. People respond to presence instinctively. They may not understand why they trust one man and doubt another, but the reason is always the same. They sense self-trust. Confidence is recognized without explanation. It does not require demonstration. I have seen men enter rooms where conversations ceased, not from fear, but from attention. Their calmness drew focus. Their steadiness invited respect. They did not impose silence. Silence arose naturally around them. Confidence does not push outward. It draws inward. This is why confidence cannot be rushed. Haste signals uncertainty. The confident man moves deliberately because he feels no need to hurry his worth into recognition. He expects to be heard. There was once a negotiator who rarely spoke first. He listened patiently while others exhausted themselves. When he finally spoke, his words were few, but his tone carried finality. Agreements followed quickly. Others felt relief in his certainty. His confidence rested not in cleverness, but in composure. I have known leaders whose presence steadied entire organizations during uncertainty. Their calm reassured others more than any promise could have done. Confidence transmits itself quietly through demeanor. Men are influenced less by argument than by example. The man who believes in himself teaches belief without instruction. You must understand that presence is not dominance. Dominance strains. Confidence rests. Dominance seeks control. Confidence invites cooperation. People resist force but yield to certainty. The confident man does not crowd space. He occupies it fully. He is comfortable where he stands. This comfort signals safety to others, and safety invites trust. When confidence is installed within, speech changes naturally. The voice slows. Words are chosen deliberately. Apologies disappear. Statements replace questions. The man no longer seeks permission to exist. Others notice this change immediately. They begin to listen more closely. They interrupt less. They defer more readily. Not because they are instructed to, but because they feel they should. This response is automatic. People are drawn to those who appear at ease with themselves. I have studied men who rose rapidly after years of obscurity, and in every case their manner changed before their circumstances did. They carried themselves differently. They paused without discomfort. They spoke without haste. Their confidence invited opportunity. Confidence alters timing. The man no longer rushes because he trusts outcomes. He does not chase approval. Approval finds him. The confident man also listens differently. He does not listen to defend himself. He listens to understand. This openness strengthens his presence further, as others feel acknowledged without being challenged. There is great power in quiet certainty. It disarms hostility. It settles confusion. It attracts allies. I recall a teacher who commanded obedience not through severity, but through steadiness. His students sensed his authority and followed willingly. He never raised his voice. He never argued. His confidence made instruction easy. Confidence simplifies interaction. Where doubt complicates, confidence clarifies. The mind of the confident man is not scattered. It is centered. This centering produces gravity. Others feel it without knowing why. This is why confidence is often mistaken for leadership. In truth, leadership is merely confidence applied in service of others. When you install confidence inwardly, you need not change behavior deliberately. Behavior will follow identity naturally. Effort disappears. Strain dissolves. I caution you not to attempt to act confident. Acting invites exhaustion. Being confident invites ease. The difference is profound. As your mind continues to accept confidence as identity, your presence will change without conscious direction. You will stand differently. You will enter rooms differently. You will occupy silence comfortably. Others will respond in ways that surprise you. They will trust you sooner. They will confide more readily. They will look to you in moments of uncertainty. This is not manipulation. It is alignment. Confidence aligns inner belief with outer expression. I have seen men who once avoided attention become natural centers of it after changing nothing but their inner posture. They did not seek prominence. Prominence found them. Presence is not volume. It is weight. The confident man carries weight because he carries himself. As you listen now, your mind is forming an image of yourself as composed, steady, and assured. This image is instructing your body quietly. There is no need to imagine force. Imagine ease. See yourself standing without tension, breathing without hurry, speaking without apology. Let this image repeat gently. The subconscious learns through repetition of image as well as word. Confidence is settling into your posture. It is softening unnecessary effort. It is removing the urge to prove. The man who trusts himself no longer seeks confirmation from others. He does not need agreement to proceed. This independence strengthens presence further. People trust those who trust themselves. This law has never failed. Confidence does not isolate. It attracts. It does not threaten. It reassures. It does not demand attention. It receives it. You are learning now to inhabit your space fully, to allow silence, to move deliberately, to speak with finality. This is not something you must remember to do. It is something your mind is accepting as natural. As confidence settles deeper, you will notice that effort decreases. Decisions feel simpler. Interaction feels easier. This is the sign that identity is shifting. Confidence is becoming your default state. Allow this understanding to settle as you rest. Your presence is changing. Others will notice. You will feel it after they do. And confidence will continue to strengthen without strain. Confidence, once awakened, must be guarded and strengthened through persistence. Nothing of value remains fixed without maintenance. Just as the body weakens without use, confidence fades if neglected. The difference between the confident man and the wavering man is not talent, but loyalty to his chosen self. I have observed that men lose confidence not through great defeats, but through small lapses in discipline. A single retreat excused, a promise broken quietly, a decision abandoned without reason, these weaken self-trust subtly. The mind records every betrayal, no matter how minor. Confidence is built when a man keeps faith with himself. Every time he does what he resolved to do, his mind strengthens its belief in him. Every time he fails to follow through, the mind learns caution. Over time, these lessons harden into identity. Persistence is the outward expression of confidence. It is the refusal to withdraw belief from oneself when results are delayed. The confident man persists, not because success is guaranteed, but because retreat would violate his inner agreement. There are men who persist stubbornly in error. This is not confidence, but pride. Confidence persists intelligently. It adapts without abandoning itself. It adjusts course without surrendering purpose. I have known men who failed repeatedly yet never lost confidence because they interpreted failure as instruction rather than judgment. They learned. They refined. They continued. Their persistence taught the mind resilience, and resilience became certainty. The mind does not distinguish between persistence in small matters and persistence in great ones. A man who completes small tasks trains himself for larger commitments. Confidence grows through consistency, not magnitude. This is why daily discipline matters. The confident man orders his thoughts each day. He does not allow them to wander into doubt unchecked. He replaces weakness immediately with strength. Repetition is the tool through which this discipline is maintained. The mind accepts what it hears most often. When confidence is spoken daily, it becomes familiar. When familiar, it becomes unquestioned. I caution you against neglecting this law. Men often build confidence briefly, then assume it will remain without attention. This assumption is false. Confidence must be renewed through loyalty to identity. The confident man protects his inner environment. He avoids conversation that weakens belief. He refuses to dwell on defeat. He does not rehearse fear aloud or inwardly. He understands that thought is seed. I once studied a merchant who rose steadily while others fluctuated wildly. His secret was not luck, nor superior intellect. It was consistency. He maintained the same inner posture regardless of circumstance. His confidence did not rise with success nor fall with setback. This steadiness made him dependable. Others trusted him because he trusted himself consistently. Confidence matures through endurance. Early confidence may feel fragile. It strengthens through use. Each challenge met without retreat thickens its roots. Men who lack confidence often seek reassurance. Confident men seek alignment. They do not ask, "Will I succeed?" They ask, "Am I acting in harmony with my decision?" This shift is crucial. Confidence does not depend on outcome. It depends on integrity. Integrity, in this sense, means wholeness. It means the man's thoughts, words, and actions agree. When agreement exists, confidence follows naturally. The mind resists contradiction. When you say one thing and do another, tension arises. This tension is felt as doubt. When you act in harmony with your decisions, tension dissolves, calm replaces it. Persistence is the practice of harmony. There will be moments when old habits attempt to return. Doubt may whisper. Fatigue may invite retreat. These moments are tests, not threats. Each time you persist, confidence strengthens. The mind learns through repetition of response. When faced with difficulty, if you respond with steadiness, the mind concludes, "I endure." This conclusion becomes belief. Confidence deepens most during resistance. Ease does not instruct the mind. Challenge does. I have seen men lose confidence after early success because they relaxed discipline. They assumed identity was secure. It was not. Confidence requires continued loyalty. The confident man remains vigilant, not out of fear, but out of respect for law. He understands that what is practiced persists, and what is neglected fades. Daily repetition does not require force. It requires consistency. Speak strength calmly. Reaffirm identity quietly. Remind the mind who you are. You need not convince. You need only repeat. As these thoughts repeat within you now, they are forming habit. Habit shapes character. Character shapes destiny. Confidence is becoming less an effort and more a condition. You will notice that decisions require less deliberation. Action feels more natural. Doubt arises less often and dissolves more quickly. This is the sign of permanence. I urge you not to seek excitement in this process. Excitement fades. Calm endures. Confidence is calm. Men often mistake intensity for strength. True strength is steady. The confident man does not hurry progress. He trusts accumulation. He knows that repetition compounds power quietly. This trust allows patience without passivity. I have known men who achieved mastery simply by refusing to abandon daily practice. Others with greater talent failed because they lacked persistence. Confidence responds to patience. It grows slowly, then suddenly appears complete. There is a law at work here. Whatever you remain loyal to becomes part of you. Remain loyal to your confident identity. Do not negotiate with doubt. Do not entertain retreat. Return to repetition. Each night, reinforce belief. Each day, honor decision. Confidence will become unquestioned. You will act without strain. Others will feel steadiness where uncertainty once appeared. This is the reward of persistence. As you rest now, your mind is learning endurance. It is accepting consistency as safety. Confidence is settling deeper, becoming habitual. You are no longer building confidence. You are maintaining it. And what is maintained becomes permanent. There comes a moment in the life of every man when repetition gives way to acceptance. What was once practiced becomes natural. What was once chosen becomes assumed. This is the moment when confidence ceases to feel like effort and begins to feel like truth. You are approaching that moment now. The subconscious mind does not reason. It recognizes patterns. When it observes consistency over time, it concludes permanence. Confidence becomes fixed, not when it is declared once, but when it is lived without contradiction. The mind accepts identity when it is no longer challenged by retreat. I have studied men who reached this point quietly, without ceremony. One day they realized doubt no longer held the same authority. Fear still appeared, but it no longer commanded obedience. Confidence had become the ruling influence. This is the natural outcome of disciplined thought. You are not erasing fear. You are removing its rank. Fear becomes a messenger, not a master. Confidence becomes the decision maker. This is the correct order of power. When confidence is sealed, the mind rests more easily. Inner conflict subsides. Energy that was once consumed by hesitation becomes available for creation. Life feels simpler, not because challenges vanish, but because resistance dissolves. The confident man does not require constant reassurance. He carries assurance within. This inward security makes him dependable to others. They sense that he will not collapse under pressure. Dependability is the outward proof of confidence. I have known men whose presence alone inspired calm in times of disorder. They did not promise certainty. They embodied it. Their minds were settled. Others borrowed that settlement instinctively. Confidence becomes most visible when circumstances are uncertain. Calm in chaos is unmistakable. It signals mastery of self. This mastery does not arrive suddenly. It is the accumulation of many moments when you chose firmness over retreat. Each of those moments has taught your mind something important, that you are reliable. The subconscious mind now associates you with steadiness. This association will guide your behavior automatically. You will not need to remind yourself to be confident. You will simply act. The confident man no longer prepares speeches inwardly. He no longer rehearses defense. He trusts his ability to respond as needed. This trust frees attention. Attention, once freed, becomes creative power. I want you to understand the finality of this process. When identity is accepted by the subconscious, it resists change. Confidence, once sealed, does not evaporate easily. It becomes the default condition to which the mind returns. This is why men who truly possess confidence appear unchanged by praise or blame. Their center is internal. External opinion passes through without disturbance. Such men are rare, not because confidence is difficult, but because loyalty to identity is rare. You have been practicing loyalty. Each repetition has strengthened alignment. Each decision honored has reinforced belief. Each persistence through discomfort has hardened confidence. Now the mind recognizes pattern. It accepts you as a man who stands. From this point forward, hesitation will feel unfamiliar. Retreat will feel unnatural. You will sense when a thought does not belong to your identity. This awareness is power. The confident man does not argue with doubt. He notices it and proceeds anyway. Doubt fades from lack of use. Confidence remains from habit. I have seen men transformed so thoroughly that those who knew them before could not explain the change. They said, "He is different now," and they were correct. He had become different inwardly first. Identity precedes reputation. You will notice that people begin to treat you differently without knowing why. They will speak to you with more respect. They will expect competence. They will offer opportunity more readily. They are responding to what you are projecting without effort. Confidence is projection without intention. This change will feel subtle to you at first. Others will perceive it sooner. Eventually, you will realize that effort has disappeared. You will act naturally where you once strained. This is the sign that installation is complete. From this point forward, confidence will be reinforced by experience automatically. Each successful action will confirm belief. Each challenge met will deepen assurance. The cycle is now self-sustaining. I urge you not to marvel at this change, but to accept it calmly. Confidence thrives on normality. Treat it as natural, because it is. There is no need to announce your transformation. Quiet confidence reveals itself. As you rest now, your mind is sealing this identity. The subconscious is concluding that confidence belongs here permanently. There is no urgency, no effort, no resistance, only acceptance. Let yourself settle into this understanding. You trust yourself, you act without retreat. You persist without strain. You stand calmly in your own authority. This is not aspiration, this is description. Confidence is now your baseline. It will greet you in the morning before thought appears. It will steady your voice before speech forms. It will guide your actions without instruction. You will recognize it not by excitement, but by ease. You are becoming the man who follows through, the man who decides, the man who stands. Sleep now with this identity secure. Let the mind rest in certainty. Let the body relax in trust. Confidence is no longer something you seek. It is something you are, and it will remain. Now that the mind has accepted confidence as its rightful condition, there is nothing further to force. Growth no longer requires effort. The soil has been prepared, the seed planted, and the roots have taken hold. What remains is allowance. Confidence strengthens best when it is permitted to operate without interference. You may notice that the mind has grown quieter. Thoughts no longer rush to justify action. There is less inner explanation, less argument, less rehearsal. This quiet is not emptiness, it is order. Order is the natural companion of confidence. The subconscious now understands its role. It supports action instead of resisting it. It supplies steadiness instead of hesitation. This cooperation feels natural because it is natural. Conflict was the foreign condition. As confidence settles, time itself seems to change. Urgency fades. Patience increases. You will notice that you are no longer pressed by the need to prove yourself. Proof becomes unnecessary when belief is internal. This is the state in which great work is accomplished. I have observed that men who reach this condition no longer ask whether they are capable. They assume capability and move on. They conserve energy by refusing to debate settled matters. Confidence is conservation of force. When the mind ceases to argue, strength accumulates. This accumulation expresses itself quietly. You may not feel sudden excitement. Instead, you will feel steadiness. Decisions will feel simpler. Movement will feel easier. You will act without the sense that you are acting bravely. This is the truest sign of confidence. The confident man does not feel courageous. He feels normal. Fear has not disappeared. It has lost importance. It no longer commands attention. It speaks softly, if at all. Confidence does not suppress fear. It outgrows it. The mind now associates you with follow-through. This association is powerful. It will guide you when thought is absent. In moments of fatigue, it will carry you forward automatically. This is why repetition during rest is so effective. The mind is learning even as it sleeps. It is recording identity without resistance. As you continue resting, allow this identity to deepen. There is no need to visualize effort. See yourself acting naturally, speaking simply, standing calmly. These images instruct without strain. Your posture is relaxed. Your breathing is even. Your attention is steady. These are not techniques. They are expressions. I want you to notice how confidence now feels less like something you do and more like something you allow. Allowance is the final stage of mastery. When a quality no longer requires maintenance, it has become permanent. You will carry this into waking life without conscious intention. In conversation, you will pause more easily. In decision, you will hesitate less. In challenge, you will stand longer. Others will respond accordingly. They will not know why they trust you. They will simply feel that they should. Trust is the echo of confidence. You are not responsible for managing this response. Let it occur naturally. Confidence does not manage. It permits. I have known men who attempted to control outcomes and failed, and men who trusted themselves and succeeded without struggle. The difference was not desire, but self-belief. Self-belief simplifies life. You will find that fewer things disturb you. Criticism will pass quickly. Praise will not intoxicate. Both will lose their hold because your center is internal. This internal center is the seat of confidence. It does not shift with opinion. It does not bend with pressure. It does not retreat under strain. It simply remains. Confidence now operates below thought. It guides choice before doubt can intervene. This is the greatest advantage a man can possess. From this point forward, growth will continue automatically. Each experience will reinforce belief. Each challenge met will deepen assurance. Confidence will no longer need protection. It will protect you. As you sleep, your mind is sealing this understanding. You trust yourself. You act with calm authority. You remain loyal to your decisions. These truths are no longer suggestions. They are descriptions. The subconscious accepts them fully. Let the body rest. Let the mind drift. There is nothing to solve, nothing to prepare, nothing to defend. Confidence stands watch, and you are free to sleep. There is a point beyond effort where a man no longer questions who he is becoming. He simply proceeds. This point is not reached through strain, but through quiet agreement with oneself. When the mind ceases to resist its own direction, confidence becomes effortless, and effort becomes unnecessary. I have spent a lifetime observing this moment in men of all stations. It arrives quietly. There is no announcement, no celebration, only a calm realization that doubt no longer governs choice. The man moves as if guided, not driven. This is the state you are entering now. The subconscious mind has accepted its instruction. It has recognized a pattern of firmness, steadiness, and self-trust. It no longer waits for permission to support you. It acts automatically in your favor. From this point forward, you will notice that thought no longer circles endlessly. Decisions conclude themselves. Action follows without argument. Confidence has removed the need for inner debate. Inner debate is the enemy of peace. Peace is the companion of confidence. The man who trusts himself rests more deeply. His sleep is not burdened by unresolved conflict. His waking hours are not drained by second guessing. Energy once consumed by doubt is now available for creation. This surplus of energy is often mistaken for luck. In truth, it is order restored. I have known men who changed nothing outwardly, yet found life responding differently once their inner posture changed. Opportunity appeared where none had been visible. Cooperation replaced resistance. Ease replaced friction. The world responds to the inner state of man with exactness. Confidence is a signal. It informs circumstances how to arrange themselves around you. You are no longer signaling hesitation. You are signaling readiness. This readiness does not mean impatience. It means availability. The confident man is available to life. He does not hide from it. He does not postpone himself. He meets conditions as they arise. Such a man is rare, and for that reason, valuable. You may notice that people now expect more from you. This expectation is not a burden. It is recognition. They sense that you will not collapse under responsibility. Responsibility is given to those who appear capable of bearing it. Confidence is capacity made visible. I wish to correct one final misunderstanding. Confidence does not make life easier by removing difficulty. It makes life simpler by removing resistance. Challenges remain, but they no longer feel personal. They are met as tasks, not threats. The confident man does not ask, "Why me?" He asks, "What is required?" This question moves him forward immediately. You will find that excuses lose their appeal. Delay loses its comfort. Retreat loses its justification. Not because you force discipline, but because your identity no longer permits avoidance. This is the greatest transformation of all. The man who no longer negotiates with his weaker impulses becomes free. Freedom is not the absence of obligation. It is the absence of inner conflict. You have trained your mind well. It now trusts you. It follows your decisions without resistance. It supplies steadiness where it once supplied doubt. This trust is mutual. You trust your mind to support you. Your mind trusts you to lead. This harmony is confidence. I have seen men search the world for guidance while ignoring this simple alignment within themselves. Yet all power begins here. Confidence is self-government. A man who governs himself is not governed by circumstance. From this point forward, you will notice subtle changes. Your voice will carry more weight. Your silence will feel comfortable. Your presence will invite respect without demand. You will not need to announce your confidence. It will announce itself. Others will sense that you are not easily shaken. They will test you less. They will rely on you more. This is not because you are aggressive, but because you are settled. Settled men inspire trust. The future will now unfold differently, not because fate has changed, but because you have changed the manner in which you meet it. Where you once hesitated, you will proceed. Where you once doubted, you will decide. Where you once retreated, you will remain. These changes will feel natural, not heroic. Confidence does not dramatize life. It normalizes strength. You may reflect at times on who you once were. Do so without judgment. That man was practicing what he knew. You are practicing what you know now. Growth is not condemnation. It is replacement. There is nothing to regret, only alignment to continue. I advise you to treat this confidence as ordinary. Do not protect it anxiously. Do not test it unnecessarily. Live from it. Confidence weakens when admired too closely. It strengthens when used naturally. Use it. Speak when needed. Decide when required. Rest when appropriate. Trust this rhythm. The subconscious has learned it well. As you continue sleeping, resting, or simply listening, this identity is being reinforced quietly. There is no urgency, no pressure, no striving. The installation is complete. What remains is expression. You are now the kind of man who follows through, the kind of man who stands by his word, the kind of man who moves forward without apology. This is not ambition. This is character. Character, once formed, shapes destiny without effort. You will wake carrying this confidence without thinking about it. You will move through the day supported by it. You will return to rest without conflict. This is the natural state of a man, aligned with himself. Remain here. Let confidence remain, and know that what you have installed will endure, because it is no longer a practice, it is who you are. I now place before you an exercise of thought, which, if practiced faithfully, will fix confidence so firmly within you that no circumstance may uproot it. This exercise requires no tools, no isolation from life, and no withdrawal from duty. It requires only sincerity, repetition, and obedience to your own word. Begin this exercise at a time when the body is at rest and the mind is unhurried. Night is best, though morning will also serve. Sit or lie in a position of ease, where no muscle strains and no discomfort calls attention to itself. Let the body become still, for stillness invites the mind inward. Close your eyes gently, not with force, but with permission. As the eyes close, allow the breath to deepen naturally. Do not control it sharply. Let it lengthen of its own accord. With each breath, feel the body settle more fully into rest, as if weight were increasing and effort dissolving. Now bring your attention inward, not to thought, but to presence. Become aware that you are here, alert yet calm. This awareness is the doorway through which instruction enters the subconscious. Do not hurry this moment. Remain until you feel collected rather than scattered. When this calm is established, begin to speak inwardly to yourself, not as one pleading or wishing, but as one declaring fact. The tone must be firm, quiet, and final. The subconscious obeys authority, not urgency. Say inwardly, slowly, and deliberately, I trust myself. Pause after these words. Let them echo. Do not analyze them. Allow the mind to receive them as instruction. Now repeat, I am steady in all situations. Again, pause. Feel the meaning rather than think it. Continue, I decide without hesitation. I act without retreat. I remain loyal to my word. Each statement must be spoken as though it describes what already exists. The mind responds to being, not becoming. After these declarations, introduce imagination. Imagination is the workshop of the mind. It translates instruction into experience. Picture yourself in a situation where you once hesitated. See it clearly, but without emotional strain. Observe yourself now acting with calm assurance. Notice your posture in this imagined scene. Your shoulders are relaxed. Your stance is firm. Your breathing is even. You do not rush. You do not withdraw. You proceed naturally. Do not dramatize this image. Simplicity instructs the subconscious more effectively than excess. See the scene as ordinary. Confidence thrives on normality. Now imagine the response of others. They listen. They trust. They accept your direction without resistance. Not because you force them, but because your presence is settled. This response must feel natural, not miraculous. Remain with this image until it feels familiar. Next, return to inner speech. Say, my confidence grows through use. I honor my decisions. I complete what I begin. These statements reinforce the law of persistence. The mind must associate confidence with follow-through. Now introduce memory, but carefully. Recall a moment, any moment when you acted decisively, even if small. It may be an ordinary instance, a choice made promptly, a task completed, a word kept. Relive it briefly. Feel the steadiness that accompanied it. This recollection proves to the mind that confidence already exists within you. The subconscious accepts proof more readily than persuasion. Now say, I have acted with confidence before. I act with confidence now. I will act with confidence again. These statements link past, present, and future into one continuous identity. Identity is formed through continuity. At this point, remain silent for a short interval. Let the mind absorb what has been impressed. Silence allows instruction to settle. If thoughts wander, do not resist them. Return gently to the exercise. Resistance creates conflict. Confidence grows through calm repetition. After silence, resume inner speech with authority. I am sufficient for my tasks. I meet conditions as they arise. I remain composed under pressure. Speak these words as commands, not requests. Now imagine the coming day. See yourself rising with ease. Notice that there is no inner debate about ability. You prepare calmly, you move deliberately, decisions are made without strain. Visualize yourself encountering an unexpected challenge. Observe that you do not tighten or withdraw. You pause briefly, then respond. The response need not be perfect. It need only be firm. This image trains the mind to expect steadiness rather than alarm. Next, introduce the principle of loyalty. Say inwardly, I do not abandon myself. I stand by my decisions. I persist until adjustment is required. These statements teach the mind that retreat is no longer an option except through intelligent change. Now imagine a moment of fatigue. See yourself continuing without resentment. Confidence is often tested when energy is low. This image prepares the mind for endurance. Remain with this image until it feels acceptable, not heroic. Now conclude the exercise with final declarations. Confidence is my natural state. I trust myself completely. I move forward without apology. Speak these words once, slowly, and then allow silence. At this point, if sleep follows, permit it. Sleep carries instruction deeper. If wakefulness remains, rest quietly. Do not review the exercise. Trust the process. This exercise must be practiced daily, not with excitement, but with fidelity. Repetition is the law through which belief hardens into fact. Do not attempt to shorten it prematurely. The mind requires time to accept new authority. Patience accelerates permanence. If doubt appears during the day, do not struggle with it. Simply recall one statement from the exercise, any one, and repeat it calmly. This interrupts the old pattern and restores alignment. Remember, the subconscious responds to consistency, not intensity. This exercise is not meant to inspire emotion. It is meant to establish order. Confidence is order within the mind. As days pass, you will notice changes. Decisions will require less effort. Action will feel more natural. Others will respond differently. These are signs that the exercise is working. Do not seek these signs eagerly. Allow them to appear. If a day is missed, resume without guilt. Guilt weakens authority. Authority resumes through calm persistence. This exercise, practiced faithfully, will change not only how you act, but how you are perceived. Confidence, once fixed, expresses itself automatically. I have given you this exercise because it is proven. It has been practiced in one form or another by every man I have known who mastered himself. Use it, return to it, live from it, and confidence will remain, not as something you summon, but as something that answers when life calls. That is the purpose of this exercise, and that is its reward. Confidence, once installed, must learn how to live across time. Many men experience moments of confidence, only to lose it when circumstances shift. This occurs not because confidence was false, but because it was not yet rooted in principle. What is built on feeling alone fades. What is built on law endures. I have observed that enduring confidence is always connected to self-reliance. The man who relies upon approval, position, or favorable conditions will feel strong only when these remain. The man who relies upon his own judgment remains steady regardless of change. This distinction decides the length of a man's influence. Confidence that lasts is not dependent on applause. Applause is pleasant, but it is unstable. The confident man learns to act without it and to remain unchanged by its absence. When approval comes, he receives it calmly. When it does not, he proceeds anyway. The test of confidence is not success, but continuity. Can a man remain himself when fortune rises? Can he remain himself when fortune falls? Only the man whose confidence rests on inner authority passes both tests. I have known men who grew timid after success because they feared losing it. Their confidence had been borrowed from circumstance. When circumstance threatened to change, confidence collapsed. True confidence cannot be borrowed. It must be owned. Ownership of confidence comes from one source alone, the habit of accurate self-trust. Accurate self-trust is not blind optimism. It is the knowledge that one can think, decide, and adjust regardless of outcome. It is faith in process rather than prediction. The man who trusts his process does not fear the future. He knows that whatever arrives, he will meet it competently. This knowledge quiets anxiety and stabilizes action. Time will test you. New responsibilities will arise. Criticism will appear. Misunderstanding will visit. These are not threats. They are confirmations that you are moving forward. Confidence must not retreat in the presence of criticism. Criticism is often a sign that you are no longer invisible. The man who fears criticism has not yet separated self-worth from opinion. The confident man has made this separation permanent. I advise you to treat criticism as weather. It may be unpleasant, but it is temporary. You do not rebuild your house each time the wind blows. You remain inside and continue your work. The mind learns confidence most deeply when it remains steady under judgment. Each time you refuse to retreat from yourself, confidence thickens. There will be moments when you stand alone in decision. These moments reveal the true strength of confidence. The crowd often moves late. The individual who moves early must trust himself. Every great advance in history began with one man standing calmly while others hesitated. That man was not reckless. He was resolved. Resolution is confidence applied over time. I want you to understand that confidence does not eliminate humility. It refines it. The confident man knows his limits without being governed by them. He respects knowledge without surrendering authority. He learns without shrinking. He corrects without collapsing. He grows without apology. This balance preserves confidence across decades. As years pass, your confidence will evolve. Early confidence may feel like firmness. Mature confidence feels like quiet certainty. Later, confidence feels like calm inevitability. Each stage is natural. Do not attempt to return to earlier forms. Allow confidence to deepen rather than harden. The most powerful confidence I have ever observed was gentle. It did not impress itself upon others. It simply remained unchanged by circumstance. That kind of confidence cannot be shaken. I have seen men endure public failure without losing confidence because they refused to equate outcome with worth. They treated failure as event, not identity. Their confidence survived intact. This is a crucial discipline. Never permit results to define you. Permit conduct to define you. Conduct is within your control. Confidence belongs to conduct. Each day, ask yourself quietly, did I act in harmony with my decisions? If the answer is yes, confidence is strengthened regardless of result. If the answer is no, correction must follow, not punishment. Confidence is sustained by honesty with oneself. There will come a time when others look to you not for answers, but for steadiness. They will seek your presence more than your opinion. This is the mark of enduring confidence. Your task in such moments is not to perform, but to remain yourself. Do not borrow authority from your position. Carry authority from your character. Character outlives circumstance. Confidence rooted in character cannot be removed. As you move forward, protect your inner independence. Do not allow habit, comfort, or familiarity to dull decision. Continue deciding consciously, even in small matters. Decision keeps confidence awake. Complacency is the slow enemy of confidence. It invites drift. Remain alert. Remain loyal to your inner authority. You will find that confidence now guides you before thought appears. This guidance is not impulse, it is trained instinct. Trust it. The confident man learns when to act and when to wait. Waiting, when chosen deliberately, is not hesitation, it is strategy. Confidence distinguishes between the two. As this part settles into you, understand that confidence is no longer something you must defend. It is something you must honor. Honor it by keeping your word. Honor it by deciding firmly. Honor it by standing calmly. Honor it by remaining yourself in all seasons. This is how confidence becomes lifelong, not loud, not dramatic, not fragile, but steady, reliable, and unmoved. You are now prepared not only to feel confident, but to remain confident as life unfolds. This is mastery, and mastery is quiet. There is a final stage of confidence which few men reach, not because it is difficult, but because it requires a shift away from self-centered concern. Confidence that endures beyond all tests is not anchored in personal strength alone. It is anchored in purpose. When a man knows why he acts, doubt loses its final refuge. I have observed that the most unshakable men were not those most concerned with themselves. They were concerned with the work they were here to do. Their confidence did not come from asking, "Am I enough?" It came from knowing, "This task must be done, and I am here to do it." Purpose absorbs fear. When a man acts in service of a clear aim, he no longer measures every step by comfort or safety. He measures it by alignment. This alignment produces a calm courage that cannot be imitated. Others feel it instinctively and respond with trust. The man who serves a definite purpose is no longer preoccupied with how he appears. His attention is outward. This outward attention relieves the mind of self-doubt, which thrives only when thought circles endlessly around the self. Confidence matures when attention moves away from self-protection and toward contribution. I have known men of modest means and quiet manner whose confidence surpassed that of kings, because they were devoted to a cause larger than their own advancement. Their certainty did not waver because it was not about them. It was about the work. This is the confidence of alignment. When a man aligns his thoughts, decisions, and actions with a definite purpose, inner conflict dissolves. Doubt cannot survive where direction is clear. Fear loses its argument when meaning is present. Many men seek confidence by trying to feel stronger. This approach fails. Confidence is not strength of feeling. It is clarity of direction. A man who knows where he is going can endure discomfort, criticism, and delay without losing himself. His confidence is fed by movement toward purpose, not by immediate success. Purpose steadies the mind. I want you to understand that confidence reaches its highest form when the man no longer asks life to validate him. He validates life by participating fully in it. This shift removes the final dependence on circumstance. The man who lives for purpose does not fear judgment. He does not fear delay. He does not fear effort. His confidence is drawn from usefulness. Usefulness is the quiet source of power. When you know that your actions matter beyond your own comfort, hesitation loses its appeal. The question becomes not, "Will I fail?" but "What must be done now?" This question simplifies life. I have observed that men who attach confidence to personal image become fragile. Men who attach confidence to service become strong. Image can be threatened. Purpose cannot. Purpose renews confidence even in defeat. I have seen men lose everything yet remain confident because their sense of usefulness remained intact. They rebuilt not from desperation, but from certainty. Their confidence was moral, not material. This is the confidence that cannot be taken. You are now prepared to understand this final truth. Confidence is the byproduct of living in harmony with natural law. When thought is disciplined, decision is firm, action is persistent, and purpose is clear, confidence appears automatically. It does not need encouragement. It does not need protection. It simply exists. When confidence reaches this stage, it no longer announces itself inwardly. It becomes silent. Silence is its final refinement. The mind rests easily because it is no longer divided between desire and duty. Desire has aligned with duty. This alignment produces peace. Peace is not weakness. Peace is strength without strain. You will notice that at this stage, confidence feels less personal. It feels almost impersonal, as though it belongs to the work rather than to you. This is correct. You have become a channel rather than a container. The confident man at this level does not ask, "How do I feel today?" He asks, "What is required of me today?" His feelings follow his actions. This reverses the common order and restores power. I want you to allow this understanding to settle without effort. You are not required to force purpose. Purpose reveals itself through honest work, consistent effort, and willingness to serve. As you continue living from confidence, purpose will clarify naturally. Do not hurry this clarification. Confidence is patient. It trusts process. It trusts alignment. You will recognize true purpose not by excitement, but by steadiness. It will feel right rather than thrilling. It will call you forward calmly. When you act from this place, confidence will renew itself endlessly. There will be days of fatigue. Confidence will remain. There will be days of uncertainty. Confidence will guide. There will be days of success. Confidence will steady. There will be days of loss. Confidence will endure. This is the final installation. Confidence no longer depends on repetition alone. It is now sustained by meaning. Meaning feeds confidence without effort. As you rest now, allow this part to settle deeply. You are no longer learning how to be confident. You are learning how to live from confidence. The work is no longer inward, it is outward. And because of this, confidence will never run dry. It will flow as long as you remain aligned with purpose. This is the final assurance, and it is sufficient. There is one enemy of confidence more subtle than fear and more dangerous than failure. I have named this enemy drift. Drift is not dramatic. It does not announce itself. It enters quietly, disguised as comfort, habit, and postponement. A drifting man does not fall suddenly. He fades gradually. Confidence cannot survive drift. I have studied thousands of men who once possessed ability, ambition, and even confidence, yet lost all three without ever knowing when the loss occurred. They did not collapse, they relaxed. They did not retreat openly. They stopped advancing. Drift begins the moment a man ceases to decide deliberately. The confident man lives by choice. The drifter lives by circumstance. One commands life, the other is carried by it. Confidence belongs only to the former. I want you to understand this clearly. Drift is not laziness. It is unconsciousness. A man may be busy and still drifting. He may work hard and still drift. Drift is the absence of direction, not the absence of activity. Confidence requires direction. The drifting man allows habits to replace decision. He rises, moves, speaks, and rests without asking whether his actions serve his purpose. Over time, this surrender weakens self-trust. The mind learns that its commands no longer matter. Confidence fades not from hardship, but from neglect. The most dangerous form of drift is comfort. Comfort dulls alertness. It persuades the mind that vigilance is unnecessary. The man who becomes comfortable stops questioning his direction. Confidence requires questioning followed by decision. I have seen men lose confidence after achieving success because success removed pressure. Without pressure, they cease to choose deliberately. Drift entered unnoticed. Confidence must be guarded even in ease. The non-drifting man renews decision daily. He asks himself quietly, "What am I doing today by choice?" This question keeps confidence awake. The drifting man asks nothing. He moves automatically. Automatic living weakens identity. Identity, once weakened, invites doubt. I have observed that drift always precedes fear. The man who drifts becomes anxious because he no longer trusts his direction. Anxiety is the mind's response to lack of command. Confidence restores command. To guard confidence, you must remain conscious of choice. Even small decisions matter. When a man chooses deliberately in ordinary matters, he preserves authority in extraordinary ones. The confident man does not allow hours to pass without intention. He may rest, but he chooses to rest. He may wait, but he waits deliberately. Waiting chosen is not drift. Waiting surrendered to is. This distinction is crucial. I once studied a leader who retained confidence through decades of change. His method was simple. Each morning he decided his chief action for the day. He did not allow the day to decide for him. This habit preserved his authority. Confidence responds to leadership within. The mind must be led daily. If not led, it drifts. Drift weakens confidence by dissolving standards. The drifting man tolerates what the confident man corrects. Tolerance of weakness invites more weakness. Correction preserves strength. Do not misunderstand me. Correction need not be harsh. It need only be firm. Firmness is kindness to the future self. Confidence depends upon standards. When standards erode, confidence erodes with them. The confident man knows what he will not accept from himself. This knowledge protects identity. I have seen men excuse small breaches of discipline until discipline vanished entirely. They wondered why confidence disappeared. It had not disappeared. It had been dismissed repeatedly. Each time a man excuses retreat, he teaches his mind to doubt him. Guard your word. Your word to yourself is the foundation of confidence. The drifting man makes promises lightly and breaks them quietly. The confident man makes fewer promises and keeps them firmly. This difference alone separates strength from weakness. There is a silent satisfaction that accompanies non-drifting living. It is not excitement. It is self-respect. Self-respect feeds confidence steadily. The drifting man loses self-respect gradually. He may not notice the loss until it is severe. The confident man notices immediately when alignment slips and corrects course. Correction restores confidence quickly. You must understand that drift is encouraged by environment. Habitual association with indecision, complaint, or aimlessness weakens alertness. The confident man guards his environment carefully. He chooses influences deliberately. This is not isolation. It is selection. Confidence requires nourishment. The confident man feeds his mind with direction, purpose, and resolve. The drifting man feeds his mind with distraction. Distraction scatters energy. Scattered energy cannot sustain confidence. I urge you to observe your use of time. Time reveals drift more clearly than thought. A man who wastes time unconsciously, wastes confidence unconsciously. Use time deliberately, even in leisure. Leisure chosen strengthens confidence. Leisure drifted into weakens it. The confident man does not need constant pressure. He needs awareness. Awareness keeps confidence alive. Each day, ask yourself one quiet question. Am I living by decision or by default? The answer will guide correction. There will be periods when fatigue tempts drift. This is natural. Fatigue does not excuse surrender. It invites rest chosen deliberately. Rest with intention preserves confidence. Collapse without intention weakens it. The confident man distinguishes between renewal and escape. Escape feeds drift. Renewal restores strength. I have known men who regained lost confidence simply by reintroducing decision into small areas of life. They chose when to rise, when to work, when to rest. Authority returned quickly. Confidence responds rapidly to leadership. Your mind desires leadership. If you do not lead it, circumstances will. This is the final warning and the final protection. Confidence is not lost through failure. It is lost through drift. Remain awake to choice. Remain loyal to decision. Remain conscious of purpose. Do this, and confidence will endure regardless of age, fortune, or circumstance. You have now learned not only how to install confidence, but how to defend it against time itself. This is mastery, and mastery belongs to the man who refuses to drift. There comes a time when a man no longer asks what he will become. He proceeds as though the matter has already been settled. This is not arrogance, it is resolution. Resolution is the quiet conclusion reached by a mind that has examined itself honestly and chosen its direction without retreat. You are standing at that conclusion now. Confidence, in its final form, is not excitement, courage, or boldness. It is absence of inner argument. The mind no longer disputes its own authority. Thought, decision, and action move in agreement. This agreement is peace. Peace is power refined. I have observed men who reached this state late in life and others who reached it early, but all arrived the same way through disciplined thought, firm decision, and loyalty to self-command. There are no shortcuts. There are no exceptions. Confidence is earned inwardly. Once earned, it becomes quiet. It no longer announces itself. It no longer seeks reinforcement. It rests within the man like a settled verdict. From this place, life is met differently. Events no longer feel personal. Challenges are faced without resentment. Praise is received without intoxication. Blame is endured without collapse. The man remains himself regardless of circumstance. This is the reward of inner government. I have seen men lose wealth, position, and reputation, yet remain confident because they had not built their confidence upon those things. They had built it upon conduct. Conduct cannot be taken from a man unless he surrenders it. The man who governs himself remains free even in constraint. Freedom is not the absence of difficulty. It is the presence of self-command. You may notice, as time passes, that confidence no longer feels dramatic. It feels ordinary. This ordinariness is its strength. The most reliable forces in nature are quiet. They do not advertise their power. They express it consistently. Confidence, when mature, is consistent. It does not surge and recede. It does not depend on mood. It does not require encouragement. It remains. The man who possesses this confidence does not measure himself against others. Comparison loses meaning when self-trust is complete. He studies others for understanding, not validation. This ends rivalry. Rivalry is born of insecurity. Confidence dissolves it. I want you to understand that confidence does not remove humility. It clarifies it. The confident man knows both his strength and his limits. He neither exaggerates nor denies either. This accuracy preserves balance. Balance is the mark of mastery.